everyone, I hope you're okay, I hope you're fine. I love you all, okay? Today my love will not be here. Okay. This week he can't be here. Oh my god, hello Shield Gamer, how are you? Yes, I'm back. Tomorrow there will be no stream also. Question, Shield Gamer, do you want to be VIP in my channel? Because I just unlocked that. Do you want to be VIP? I still have badges left. Oh yeah, also it's community streaming, so it's more like seeing the stuff. Okay, let me just get it. Okay, where is it? No, wait. Here. Function. I don't know what VIP does, but I'm gonna add you. Shield _ gamer 06. Here. VIP. There. You VIP now. Oh, but I got it because I put many people talking at the same time. Don't ask me how, but yeah, let me see something. Now you just need people talking at the same time. It's just what you need. Hope you enjoy the badge. Okay, so today we're gonna be reacting to the stuff you sent. I'm still reacting to a mega playlist someone sent me about FNAF theory. Okay, so I guess that we'll proceed that because I have to watch everything you sent on YouTube, okay? Also, after that, since Roblox won the community gaming, we'll play Roblox later. Yes, that's beautiful. It looks beautiful. I hope you enjoyed the diamond. I don't know what it does, but I don't know, I have 10 badges and I was like, I'm just gonna ask if they want it or no. And then people will show up and I say, hey, yo, you want a badge? Take the badge. Bro, I don't know what to do, bro. I'm just gonna give them. Okay, so let's start with, where is it? It's this. I'm still watching this, so I have a ton of stuff to watch after this. But since it's like a big compilation or something, I have to watch it. Okay, we're still here. Let's see if we can finish this today. I'm liking this, not gonna lie, but it's a ton of stuff. But don't you worry. We'll be proceeding I finish this playlist, I will proceed the other stuff. Okay.
It's been half a year, so let's do this. Let's solve the secrets of FNAF's sister location months before the game comes out.
Okay, it can be. Thank you. Wait, did he sorry of who?
Welcome to Game Theory, where today the goal is to solve the biggest.
Wait, 3 transmissions. Congratulations!
For once, I'm gonna get the jump on you, Scott Cawthon, and here's how I'm gonna do it. We'll know that Scott loves dropping little teaser hints on his site.
Bro, I still don't know all of these games, I'm just learning, because I have a FNAF game I won for free, and now I'm like worried.
Sister location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest
okay, I hope your little cousin is well, and I hope you like your visit. I hope it's a good visit.
Scotty has in store, because by the end we'll have looked at every, and I mean every element of this franchise, from the original series of games to the novel to FNAF World to the ever-evolving source code.
I don't visit my cousin in years.
Our attempt to expose the
Not that I remember that
next
lol.
trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new.
From 2 AM just woke up. People waking up late, it's okay. You need to rest. I also got from 2 AM and I just wake up now to do stream. Don't worry about that. It's normal. Your body needs to rest. Your body has its own rhythm.
piece
Don't
together,
feel
it becomes
guilty
a
about that.
schedule
Your
like
body needs
this.
to rest,
List
it will
out days when
rest,
certain
okay?
animatronics are either
I do that
available or
sometimes.
needed for a private party or mat, either in
Yeah, you defeated Bowser in the game.
Unclear which. It's
By
also
what
worth mentioning
costs?
that 4 animatronics
But
are
at what
specifically
cost? You know, let me see. You wake up late. He came back. What? The Bowser. He got all the fairies in one jar. You're telling me that Bowser is alive yet in the game? Bro, how did he get fairies? I didn't know there were fairies in Mario.
called out here. BBY for baby, BAL
Baby.
for Ballora, and FTF for both.
And he
Fun
created
Night Freddy
own
and
extra
Funtime
worlds.
Foxy.
Oh my
Now, for those
god,
of you who don't
yeah.
follow every scrap of information about these games,
I didn't know
look at
that
Freddy
would
discovered
happen
that Scott had gone and
in Super Mario
copied
3D
various
Worlds.
names, presumably
Just go, let me tell you, don't try to finish, yeah, you didn't finish the game in one time, but don't worry. For example, today, play a little more. If you don't like to get so late in bed, just play like you don't, for example, how I can say this? For example, I want to play Minecraft, okay? But I want to finish Minecraft today. Instead of doing that, I will say, I will play Minecraft until I'm tired today. Okay, don't force yourself. Okay, I guess it's today, right? I didn't, I think it showed to with me, but I have to make dinner and go to bed. I'm sorry, but I'll see if I can watch today. I think I can watch today. Yeah, I think I have dinner ready. It's just soup and some frozen stuff. Yay! You made a friend! I'm so happy. Friendship is amazing.
here we see it being confirmed. More on some of these guys in a minute.
Hope both
What I
have
wanna
fun.
point out First is that there's clearly a fifth animatronic in this schedule, 05OOS, out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on
Wait,
Scott Games.
let me pause. You got in my stream when I started to stream out to the world. Well, you got a fan now and a friend, and that's amazing, you know? I enjoy that. But is Super Mario 3D World multiplayer? Or they gonna watch you play it, but they will talk to you at the same time? For example, with a creator, there were games that were not multiplayer, but he was there talking with me at the same time. Okay, wait, what? Yeah, it's multiplayer, or yeah, it's not multiplayer. Please, thank you. Sorry, I have little things in my nose. He plays with me. Oh my god, there's multiplayer? No, that's amazing. You know, I never played a Nintendo game, so it will be cool. It's a multiplayer. Oh my god. That would be amazing to play. 4 Max? Mario, Luigi, and the other 2 are who? Princess. Oh, that's cute. And Blue Toads. I guess I would be Princess Peach. Because she's cute. And Blue Toad maybe will be a creator because he's blue. But it doesn't make sense because I'm tiny and big. I don't know. Mario, Luigi, maybe. Oh yeah, Drew, thank you! Yeah, it's better. Yeah, even Mario is better. He loves Mario. He wants to watch what it's called, the new Mario movie that's going to come this year. He always was telling me, we're gonna watch it, it's so adorable.
A mask with glowing
He loves
eyes
it.
and a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, accompanied by this text. Quote, there's a little bit of me in everybody.
Jesus, what a
Notice
scary
the
thing
grammar
to
here.
say.
It's not everybody, but everybody. body. This is our 5th animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties.
Lol. Oh, it finished. I also have a Pro Controller and 2 Joy-Cons. You know, I have a question. For example, I never bought controllers out of the brand. For example, there are PS4 controllers. I just bought the official, but I never bought the other ones that were not official. Is there a problem to buy the non-official ones? Yes, I have 3 in my PS4 actually. It's cool. But I don't have anyone to play either here in my house. Yes, I guess. Okay, because you know, there are more types of controllers, and I don't know the difference. You know. So I thank you so much for answering me. Because I really don't know. Are they supposed to be for the same brand? I don't know. When I go shopping, for example, so many. Your consoles, no, because when we go, not now. At the time of the PS4 was, you know, big. When we got to with my dad to go buy controllers, there were the Pro ones that were not PS4 brand, but they were expensive, but was for PS4. And then you have the cheapest ones that are not Sony, but go to the PS4. You know, you have the Sony ones are like $60, but then you have ones that are not official, but are sorry, said to be for professionals, and they're like $200. Sorry, I had to drink water. That's the difference. I sent a Discord controller. Okay, do you want me to watch now, or do you want me to proceed and react? Sorry, it's me. I'm kind of sick. I think I'm not sick. It's cold and stuff, you know. Okay, thank you.
About him.
I will watch after the stream, don't you worry.
Him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animal.
Bro, how are they just assuming they have a soul now? What is this? Oh wait, I forgot. FNAF is not a kid's game. Jesus, you're the boss. Thank you! But you will also help me, you know, it's a community. That's why I have so many votings. Which game do you want me to play? If you want this, if you want that, I can't just be taking all the decisions alone. I have to think about you also. Thank you. I'm like Mrs. Santa Little Helper. Miss Santa's Little Helper. Is that the doggo from Simpsons, or you're literally an elf? Miss Santa. Wait, no, you're you're like Miss Santa Little Helper. Oh my god, thank you! Now I understand, thank you! You know, everyone here helps me, and I help you, because I want everyone to be okay, and I want to see what people want to see on the stream, you see. I can't just take everything alone, right? Like, I have to think about everyone. Today, for example, there's going to be another voting after the stream. It's going to be the community game for next week. Because before there were no community gaming, and I was thinking, you know, I have one to play alone, to play with a creator, but there's no special stream, just for full chatting and goofy stuff. And I thought, maybe let's see the games I have and see the ones that are multiplayer for everyone. And I added them, and then I have that. Thank you for arriving. I'm so happy, you know. For example, in like what 3 hours and 45 minutes, we'll start Roblox for 30 minutes because it's community gaming, and then you can join if you want. It's just everyone to play with me.
Animatronic body. This could have two possible explanations. Either
What is that, Mangle?
the other animatronics and is controlling them.
Why are they all pink coded? Like Slay, I guess?
Line from the teaser trailer we hear over and over again. Or more likely,
what?
He's the reason the other animatronics have life.
Is this Mangle? Because in the other videos they have two heads, bro.
First place. This pile of wires is kind of like the puppet.
I'm ahead of a moment. I'm going to film outside. Okay. Have a good film session. Thank you.
Giving gifts, giving life. Or maybe this is the puppet. A new and rebooted version of the puppet. Now stay with me here. One thing that we've largely forgotten about
Bro, this is so weird.
Back in FNAF 2 is how the puppet character just didn't fit in with the FNAF world. Sure, as it kept making appearances.
Well, maybe it's not an animatronic, it's just a ghost.
Seriously. Think about it. FNAF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme. But then insert the puppet, thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks,
yeah, probably it's a
ghost.
ghost.
Features that we haven't seen on anything else until now. Fast forward to Sister Location and we see humanoid faces everywhere. Ballora and Baby, rosy cheeks, lipstick. And
yeah, kinda creepy.
Notice that the ears can detach, separate itself from the main mask part of the face. It's the
Wait, what?
same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the second game.
Okay, I guess.
Very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek, we see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the reverse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides two colored streaks, aka a bright red cheek and two streaming tear tracks.
What?
It's like that time we covered reflection.
Why are they making those Easter eggs that are so hard to see?
Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in. And based on the designs of these characters, Sister Location might finally be giving us the origin story we've long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems to be 3 file directories for various clients. The first is for a place called Chica's Party World. The second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First, many people have speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a factory for the robots.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's not so colorful anymore.
The schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday party supplies. It feels like this new setting will be a storage.
But they're being men and they come with a soul already, like jeez.
Shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also
that's scary.
Just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg.
That's so cute.
The one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far,
yeah, that's scary.
Of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think it's gonna remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like she doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's Party World is a fun
what's happening? I just got confused.
That will be sorely missed. But to me, of all this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image Scott has posted on the site related to Sister Location has been
the images are actually really cool, bro.
Like
they have a cool aesthetic, like they're really well made. They look cool. What is this?
You're watching a toothbrush play Billie Eilish. But did you know there's a YouTube...
Sorry.
wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent. His FNAF World images were all labeled FNAF Images about the book were labeled FNAF the Novel.jpg. Even FNAF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in
what
with
do you
the trailer
mean?
quote of
They're putting people inside?
these guys are being experimented on. A project at some mysterious
Ronald
institute.
is sad.
You can bet that they're not happy about it. But perhaps the most crucial detail hidden in the source code is the last line. A line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new game. Service log, maintenance CO, or care of, AFTN Robotics. Afton Robotics. What the heck is that? It's a good question.
I don't know,
like
brands.
99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants
this is
were
so much
founded by
stuff.
2 men. The first is named Henry. He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love. The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton, and he was in charge of the business side of the restaurants.
Okay.
Paperwork, taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this.
Isn't supposed to everything be linked? It's the same series, I guess.
William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy.
But it wasn't the phone guy?
Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps and kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits.
So where's the
His first
phone
victim
guy
is his
then?
son
Oh my
Sammy,
god.
followed by 4 other kids whose souls eventually possessed the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers, not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but we'll be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow. And
Robot, I'm confused, but okay.
Let's address the elephant in the room, the canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire statement, and I understand that it's hard for you, internet, since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't summarized with a TLDR line, he actually says, quote, sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar elements. The book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit together like 2 puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story, end quote. And this makes sense, right? The first 4 games were crushed under their own convoluted lore and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy means something. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become
just kind of crazy, those details, but okay.
Want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important.
No, the movie just came out like in 2020 or so.
You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces, and new stories that can be told in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining, and obviously there's going to be a lot of crossover.
But that doesn't explain it. It wasn't supposed that. Oh Jesus, I'm so confused.
The line more and more.
So Springtrap is
actually a whole lot, because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the trailers and teasers, Sister Location's main animatronic is this clown girl. Baby. But the teaser
It's a
trailer
clown?
isn't the
I
first
thought
time
it was
she
a doll.
appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNAF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story, not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot that cannot be deactivated. The bot's name? Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up, telling everyone to take their seats before cutting back to the room to see the desk guy lying there dead, presumably
it's
killed
an
by
immortal
Baby.
robot.
Now, many people assume that desk guy was Scott Cawthon since he's the creator of the animatronics and the minigames that you play in FNAF World. However, it'd be weird for Scott to kill himself. Plus, the dialogue
No, he didn't kill himself. It's obviously it was the robot.
Seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this desk guy creator figure. So if desk guy isn't Scott Cawthon, then who else could he be?
Sorry.
Well, now that we know that Baby and Sister Location both have ties to Silver Eyes, we can actually identify who this mysterious creator of FNAF World is. He's Henry, co-founder of Fredbear's and Purple Guy's business partner. How do we know? Well, not only is he the creator of the games and animatronics, his death also lines up with the way he dies in the book. Stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him.
Bro, what do you mean the animatronics can kill people naturally?
6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious new animatronic, just like we see happen to Desk Guy in FNAF World. The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident
and now
about.
that
Now
makes sense a little bit.
Admittedly, I don't think that this is where Sister Location is headed, but there is enough of an evidence thread to take us to some awesome extremes. So let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First, notice how Baby is introduced to us at the end of FNAF World as 2 yellow eyes in the dark. And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic ending line from FNAF 4, I will put you back together. It's also the last
a party!
True ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, I will put you back together. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that those are Baby's eyes. 1, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNAF 4? And 2, we all know that that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. Well, don't be so sure. Let me remind you.
I'm more confused again.
Cutscenes, each character has a specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFFF for crying child, 57C0FF.
What is this?
Friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear's dialogue for all of his lines is always the FFFF57 shade of yellow. And yet, for the final lines of You're broken, we're still your friends, I will put you back together, it's a different shade of yellow. FFFFA0. Similar, yes, but definitely different from Fredbear. So very intentionally, Scott made this a different character, but in a strange twist, it's actually a color of dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl.
What is this? No, I'm getting...
Get stuck with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year, but look at her design. Dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes. Just like the design of Baby. You hear that? The collective sound
What
of
is this?
Blown
Bro, no
across the
way.
internet. But if the glowing eyes, shared dialogue color, similar designs, and repeated line of I will put you back together didn't convince you, it doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4? The girls' room? No one had an explanation for it. I didn't have an explanation for it. And yet Scott felt it was important enough to the lore of the story to show it.
That's kind of
weird.
weird.
We might actually know why. What if the girl is a part of the crying child's family? First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with
this is
Baby,
weird. I don't know what's happening. Hello, Shield Gamer, how are you?
One of the other key animatronics we see in Sister Location trailer is Funtime Foxy, which we can
Wait, Funtime Foxy is not Mangle? Come on, what? How's the progress? I'm still at the same video. I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying to understand this.
And painted fingernails on Funtime Foxy,
I thought it was
all of which
Mangle.
reappear on Mangle. So in the two games, we would have Baby and Foxy linked.
Wait,
Is it a
it's
stretch?
Mangle or not?
Absolutely.
I don't know
But then
anymore.
again, this is
Yay,
not
you
what
finished
we're talking about.
filming. Was it
So,
good? Was
the
it
coolest part
funny?
about this connection would be in the name.
And I'm happy you're good.
This
That's
whole time, you've been assuming
important.
that Sister Location was referencing some other spin-off chain of restaurants, or like I said earlier, a storage and distribution.
I also
center
said
for
it. Yeah, I
robots.
saw
But if the
this
pale girl's soul
notification.
is trapped
Do you
in
want me to
Daisy,
see
and she
now,
was indeed the
or do you want
sibling
me
of
to see
Crying Child,
later?
The phrase Sister Location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game, a game about one sister's soul trapped in the baby animatronic.
Bro, this story is so crazy right now. From nowhere, it's just this girl is just a possessed. Oh, bro, this is crazy. Do you want to see the snow day?
Just a
Yes, I
theory.
want.
A game theory. The ball's in your court, Scott. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. What
Bro.
cast your votes? Are you excited about Sister Location?
Yes, I guess it looks cool. Yes. I can choose. I can't do anything. No, I can't. I can't click. He's imitating Circus Baby. Who is Circus Baby? I don't know. Okay, we're in the right
When it
one.
gets dark, they will awaken. The children's
Oh my
spirits.
god, cute tiny face crying, is laughing, crying. Thank
I'll just
you.
walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses.
What
one
is
by
this? It's
one.
already creepy enough.
You are
Jesus.
intruders.
The clown girl
None of
robot.
you
Okay,
will
thank
survive the
you.
night. And what makes you think they won't kill you?
Now I know better.
Because I am one of them.
Jesus. So drama, so much drama.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
Theory.
Still available to consult on the FNAF movie's storyline. Seriously,
Bro,
Scott,
the
I'll be
movie
waiting
just
by the
came out
phone
like in
because I can
2020.
practically guarantee I
Wait,
put
he's
more
an
collective
animatronic.
hours of thought
Yeah,
into
he's
counting
saying he
animatronic
is.
tracks,
Maybe
eye
it-
colors,
maybe it's
listing out the
true.
differences between
I don't know.
pizzerias, diners, and rental
Maybe he has an
services,
animatronic
parsing out
of
your phone
himself.
calls and counting and recounting and recounting again.
He
the
retired.
number of dead
Yeah, I
child
heard about
carcasses
that.
left in your story's wake
I don't know
than
if it's still a
literally
good
anyone
channel.
else
It's
out
like as
there.
good
I mean,
as
I didn't
it
go so
was
far as to do
before.
the unthinkable for these sister location
Is that
videos.
legal?
That's
Like,
right, I reread the
sorry for the
Silver
question, but like, it was his creation, right? They can't be some other guy. Look, I'm gonna take your account. Oh, it's legal.
An
Okay,
ironic
thank you.
twist took longer than
Because
the
it's
actual game.
weird,
Now,
you
here I
know?
am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games.
Jesus, this guy had a
rewriting
dedication
timeline after
to
timeline
these
account for all the
games.
nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour
No way.
experience. And you know the
Toy
conclusion
Bonnie,
that
oh my god, I
your
love Toy
version
Bonnie,
of
it's so
events
cute.
isn't satisfying.
I didn't
And
see
any
the
theory I
movie
come up with that
yet.
attempts
Oh
to
my
bend
god,
over
I have
backwards
to see
cobble
that.
together
In
every line of
English,
dialogue,
to
design,
see
detail, and
the
character
voice.
motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed.
That's
at
cool.
worst.
I-
That's not me admitting
it seems
defeat.
that
It's a
Markiplier
fundamental problem
appeared
with the
in
series
the
right now. This one just
FNAF
tried too
movie,
hard
like
to
as
do
a
too
voice
many
actor or
things.
something,
You've got
I don't
elements
know.
of the past 4 games mixed in with FNAF World, mixed in with the
Oh, look,
book,
it's
all of which at
Kirby,
this
so
point have
cute.
questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines.
Oh,
and
that's- I
competing
thought it
games.
was,
Couple that with
cake, sorry,
characters
it was
that mimic
books.
other characters, characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise. And it's unclear if this is
I have a better
continuation
lore.
of
What's
the
your
books,
lore?
or if
Please
it's a
tell me, this
continuation
is so
of the games, or
confusing.
just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy
I'ma
I can
send
think
the
of is that
video,
it's like the
thank
giant
you.
human glob you turn into at the end of Inside.
What
A
is
massive
that?
mental
Is that a
struggling to work
monster?
together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly.
Kinda
And
cute,
honestly,
I
it could have
guess.
been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNAF 4, we could have just said
Okay.
that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNAF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott.
Bro,
You
this
just
is so
had to
weird.
throw
This-
in those
this
FNAF
thing is
4
also
Easter
weird.
eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of exploding away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual
babies,
and butters. What's an Easter egg? What's a tongue-in-cheek reference? And what is actual canon? So understand
canon is a brand, I guess.
About what's actually going on in this game, and that is what I'm out to solve in these videos. Picking Sister Location apart to definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. So go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First off, who are we playing as? Historically,
some guy, I guess.
Games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the "to" line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNAF 4. Hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with the new animatronic baby, she calls out,
"It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend
Thank you for sending the video.
in a place like this.
I will see it after the stream. Thank you.
Maybe ignorance.
Because this FNAF lore is so, you know, so random now. From nowhere, the phone guy is not the purple guy. I'm just confused.
Why you're there, what the ending.
Why? I have to finish this. I can't just. Okay, I will see. Let me. Oh my god, hello love, how are you? You're so cute and tiny.
Deal that's happening in this game, and I'm gonna tell you guys about it real quick. So what happened is that Paloma used to be the wife of Tortillas, and they were very happy.
This video is amazing. I love it already.
They had a baby named Trisha Paytas, and that's where everything changed, because when she grew up, she started an OnlyFans, and that made Tortillas really mad, resulting in him cheating on Paloma with James Charles Foxy, and they had a bunch of crackhead babies that tried to sell people drugs. So Paloma got really pissed off and divorced him, and Tortillas is now homeless. But that's not all. Then Trisha got banned from OnlyFans for crying too much, and now she has to work at the pizza place where she makes mukbang videos. But she accidentally ate one of the kids because they looked like a fried cheese stick. And the part is that Paloma knows about it, but she's covering up the story until she starts a YouTube channel to expose Trisha. So Paloma's saving up her money from the child support that Tortillas is paying her, and she's also working as a ballerina stripper overnight so she can afford the new iPhone 12 Pro Maximus and become a beauty YouTuber. But that's not even the end of it. This whole situation is being manipulated by James Charles Freddy, who is actually undercover and is none other than Jeffree Star.
Bro, no way, this lore is amazing. Is it true? Bro, nah, that's amazing.
Now, personally, based on the silhouette in the mirror, my first guess is to say that we're playing as Rick.
We're still watching the Five Nights at Freddy's thing. It's a parody. Okay, but it would be cool if it was real, actually. We are still watching the Five Nights at Freddy theories.
He's not above trolling us. But assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fan base.
Okay, now I'm trying to understand. So, the ballerina is kind of a secret plot twist, I guess.
Purple guy.
And the pink bear. And white pink and white bear.
Everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not proof. For proof, we begin by turning to the in-game dialogue. On your quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these little bits of dialogue, spoken by a young girl in a British-sounding accent.
British. Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
So we know that whoever the player is has some sort of connection to this.
If you want the whole lore in one video, I guess that lore is amazing. I like it. I was so shocked all the time.
Things like,
Daddy just once let me go play with her. She's
British.
so pretty and shiny.
Sorry, I have to stop doing this.
Her just for me?
From that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control.
I know, yo, don't tell me that the father put their daughter in a robot.
Quite a bit to two men, William Afton and Henry no last name given. The two co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNAF Silver Eyes. By the way, low blow, Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the franchise now. Because seriously, without reading the book, you would have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I
no
read
little
it, so
tiny
you don't
face.
have to. Kind of like the nostalgia critic. Anyway, based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the game,
she can dance. She can sing.
Oh,
She's equipped
it's
with built-in helium tech for inflating
helium
balloons right
tank?
at her fingertips.
Here it is, thank
would
you.
seem as though we have
Do you want me to see it now, or do you want me to see it later? Bro, nah, I can't do that. I'm watching this. Sorry, I will watch later. Don't you worry. I will watch after the stream.
Get yourself tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as the machines scoop out your internal organs and replace them with
What?
endoskeleton
Hey,
cores.
Jesus, what is this?
Really bothered me since it's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat.
Okay, they're putting on suggestions of content.
Basket of exotic butter, but
Okay,
no,
I will
that's
do
reserved
it.
for the bacon.
But
Even
not
the
now,
flesh
please.
suit
I'm
is
still
somehow
watching the
canon
stuff
to the
that
series.
other
I
people
wanted to write it off
sent.
as jumping the shark, like, hey,
That
we're
these-
getting a little bit too
these
absurd
playlists,
right
you
now, but
know.
then I realized that this is a franchise
Sorry.
built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've
Pizza.
been killed by a serial killer hiding in a mascot suit filled with killer springs.
Thank
So,
you. I saw the
crossing
notification.
Yeah, I think we're long
Wait,
past
there's
it at
this,
this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific
okay.
event to be integral to the lore, and yet there it is. So we're left with two options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does, as the novel once again shows us why this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 407. Quote,
Jesus, so
"Charlie, there's
specific.
something different about him. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas." End quote. And again, 2 pages later, quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out
Okay.
in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Dave's
Okay.
eyes opened steadily, glassy and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside. End quote. And there you have it. That just spelled it out for us, didn't it? Like the robots on the stage outside.
You want to tell me
In fact,
that we are the
book was a
purple guy in
huge
this
deal about
game?
Afton's eyes. Over and over.
Because now the
Like when
purple guy is
character
not
John
phone guy,
describes
it's some
seeing Afton
random guy
kidnap
in the
his
book.
friends on pages 120 to 122. Quote, "The eyes. They were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved.
Hannah,
and
what?
saw, but whatever was
What
behind them
happened?
had died a long time ago." End quote. Died a long time ago, you say? Like perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic distribution center, perhaps. Now, real
Wait,
quick, let's
what?
pause here and have some real talk to Ennard, Baby, and the gang. Guys, we're gonna have a bit of an intervention here. If your goal is to blend in with the outside world
Ennard
and look
is
like
inside
look like
Michael
any other
Afton.
human,
Who
choosing
is
to go with
Ennard?
The purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence, more like artificial
Michael
idiots.
Afton.
Do your
Michael.
homework. Humans
No, it's
don't
not
tend to have
William.
purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that Afton
Yo, this
walks
is so
around in those
confusing.
colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just
well,
the eyes that give away
contacts.
Afton as the animatronics meat puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton
And now this is an
started off
amalgamation of
as a
different
hefty
robots.
man who had the
No
ruddy
way.
geniality
When
of
does
a
that
financially
happen?
shrewd Santa Claus. Financially shrewd Santa
Oh,
Claus.
Santa
huh?
Claus,
Don't think
yay.
the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon Kindle, they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections.
No
and, like,
way,
they all
lol.
drop off by
It's a
midway through the
spaghetti
book, so I
animatronic
can
which
only
has
assume that I'm the
Ballora,
only
Funtime
person who
Fox,
made
and
it all the
Funtime
way
Freddy
through
inside.
it. The thing
Jesus, I like
Anyway, soon
spaghetti,
after
but
our
the
financially
spaghetti
shrewd Santa
animatronic,
Claus
nah,
is
bro.
accused of murder,
That
he's
looks so
released, no
scary.
body's being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back,
That's
he's a
scary.
changed person.
And baby,
Quote, "Afton
Jesus,
had been
why
fat
do
and
that?
affable.
Why did that
His picture
happen?
was sallow and thin, his skin sagging, and his expression unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He looked like a poor facsimile of himself." End quote. So
But
when he
they
comes
got
back
inside
to town,
Michael
he's
so
not
they
only
can
lost
get
a
outside
ton
the
of weight, but he
pizzeria.
looks like a poor copy
Oh
of himself.
my god, how did they get inside a person?
Lines, but you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly in the quote I used at the top
They
of this
couldn't just,
episode.
like, open the door and
"How
go
did you think I would
outside?"
kill you," John said again. "Because I'm one of them." he said. I mean, let's face it,
They
it's hard to
scoop at
argue
him,
with that
Jesus
one.
Christ.
He is outright saying he is an animatronic.
But they couldn't just open the door or break a window or something.
Because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But
That's so bad, bro.
Sister location, it takes
With
on
the
a whole
scooper.
new meaning. Now, there are two major
What
complaints
is a
against
scooper?
Afton theory. One, that baby's first lines are,
I don't recognize you. You are new.
There is a
and two,
security
that none of
team.
it makes sense
Okay.
if Afton bleeds out in Springtrap and FNAF 3.
Jeez.
But there's an easy answer for both of these situations. First, think back to the FNAF World ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode we established as Henry No Last Name Given, William Afton's partner in the Freddy Fazbear's franchise, confesses to building Baby.
Jason Michaels, what is it? Guys, to be found. But how a spaghetti animatronic can fit inside of a human
and regarding Purple
body?
Guy's death, we see in the book that William is
That's-
covered in
that-
scars.
they're so
Scars left
big.
over from
How did they
surviving
fit
one
in
major
all
round of
together?
Springtrap failures. Quote, Dave had been shirtless under the costume and now his bare chest was clearly visible. His skin was horribly scarred. with
Jesus.
raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He raised his arms and
If you don't know what
turned
I guess
slowly
I'll
in a
talk to
circle,
you
giving Carlton
too.
ample time to
No
see that the
way.
scars were everywhere.
But-
Also note that we never actually
So they
see
live inside of a
Springtrap
body
die in
now?
FNAF 3,
Just like
collapse
Venom.
into his own pool of blood
Okay.
and shiver there. The
So
light
they
never
need
drains
bat-
from his eyes.
My
And
God.
Silver Eye shows that it's not only possible, but that William has
So you're
indeed
telling me that they
survived
need a
the
human
Springtrap
body to get
failure in the
battery?
past. So could the FNAF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely.
So they live forever
Also,
inside a
according to
people,
the timeline
inside a
the
person.
events line up. All of the events of Silver Eyes
No,
take place in
okay.
1995, placing
I'm
it
still
long
trying to
after
understand,
any
I'm
events that we've
sorry.
seen in the game thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Fright, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in all, cool story, bro. We play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does all this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot.
He
but
needed
from
the human
here it
body
also
so
tends
they
to
can
get
live
really
with Michael
complicated,
inside.
Because now we're dipping into the FNAF 4 surveillance footage, FNAF 4 locations being tied to sister locations.
Okay, they
child
need the human
experimentation,
body
and the
so they
identities
can
of Baby
live.
and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way through it to get it all done in time, I'm gonna
No
pause for
way.
here and hold all those
That makes
explanations for the
sense. He
next
got
episode.
purple
Now
because
we
he
know
got
who's
machines
playing
inside of
Baby,
him. Now
why,
it's
and how it
understandable.
affects the rest
Thank
of the
you.
series as
I
we
didn't
know
think
it.
it
So
was
click that
literal.
basket of
The
exotic
fact it
butter
was
to subscribe
purple. I
and be
didn't.
informed of when the next
My
part of
God,
this theory
thank
comes
you.
out. And in the meantime, listen to these casual bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister location, yay or nay? Was this
I
the
guess
that you
you'd
were
say
waiting
yay.
for, or did it end up under-delivering? Click on one to choose, and I'll let you know next time how y'all voted. And in the meantime, remember, it's
Can I
all
vote?
just a theory, a game theory. Thanks for watching.
You're welcome. Okay, let's see this one. Now the video.
Why you came here to be with her.
What video? I can't, I'm sorry, I'm still watching this. I can't just interrupt this, I'm sorry. I know, sorry, please. Thank you, sorry, but I will watch it. Don't you worry, please, thank you.
Hello, Internet.
Please don't get mad, I'm
Welcome to
sorry.
Game Theory, 7 million theorists strong.
Jesus! 7 million? Oh
And
yeah,
a
it's
lot of that
20
is thanks
million
to
now.
This franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's these young, old.
It
doesn't
seems
matter, the
she will
FNAF
see when she
series
gets
was their
her.
first
Okay,
introduction.
thank
So I always feel a
you.
lot of pressure on these videos.
Thank you,
to
bot,
deliver
for
in a big way.
commenting.
You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the
Stinky
final product, but I'm
animatronic
proud of
soul.
what they represent. As the FNAF series has been a true
Okay, sorry, Shield Gamer, please don't get mad, I'm sorry.
Channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory, getting you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories, and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones.
What did
We've used
Simplified
everything
said? I
from
don't know.
books to
Who is
spin-off titles,
Simplified?
real-world math and science to source code analysis, teaser images, trailer hints, and even US trademark data.
Dang, he's got one forever!
Gone to. But the thing, I almost never covered
I
this
love that
series.
meme.
It was going to be Slender, but then you guys,
It was a bot, don't you worry, it was spamming, yeah.
You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes, but I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything. We have personality personalities now. Actual character. And most importantly of all,
don't you tell me they were not characters before.
Motivations for why a serial killer would create
I bought to advertise Stream Boo also. I don't know what's Stream Boo. I don't know why they're advertising that to me.
So the question of the day is, can
Thank you for the Lonely Wizard sticker.
For a child murderer? Because once you have the complete story, you might just see Purple Guy in a whole new light. One line
Bro, don't you tell me
across this
Purple Guy is the good guy now.
answers everything. I will put you back together. But before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as.
Okay, it's confirmed it's the Purple Guy. It's decided to get more videos.
We also established that he once had a daughter.
Bro, why I wanted more videos? That's weird.
Or should I say, at the metal claw grip of Baby.
Yes, I told you, sweetie, that I did that yesterday.
By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad.
No, how can you type on such a small thing?
To life, revealing blurry footage.
Well, not Montear build it.
Foxy's closet,
I guess.
Creepiest of all, the crying child's
So you're telling me that the Purple Guy is not the villain? It was not a villain, now it's a villain.
Good old friend, psychic friend Fred.
Oh, so cute, so tiny.
He's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend.
You can't be a villain without a purpose, true.
This time and a little more.
Yeah, you can't just be mean because yes, you have to have a purpose.
Now, many have said that this is a
without a revenge.
But it is.
Okay, Purple Guy wants to revenge on something, and
Notice
then
the buttons on top. Those are switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras you have placed in the environment.
Really? I never saw that before.
You to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNAF 4 are just that. Fredbear plushes.
Thank you for the deadpan meme.
Something mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children, and also getting themselves.
Lol, it's so cute that it's so random.
Also the Watch Dogs episode. Creepy stuff. But that begs the question: why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom?
Yeah, that's weird.
Room in an underground animatronic storage.
I know, bro.
facility.
What?
And also, why that house? Well, it's important to note that it's not just any house. It's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's Rentals. You heard that
Circus
right.
Baby's
Sister
Rentals
Location is under the FNAF 4 house. During the
No
Freddy
way.
Breaker Room challenge,
Wait, they had a hotel? Oh my god.
main hub area and the various holding rooms branching out all around it. But what we also see, more faintly, are 3 other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series.
Hotel
The
FNAF.
hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than Sister Location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it.
But
in fact, while we were
why?
too busy freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlooked that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation
Oh,
2.
that's so creepy.
Observation? Observing what?
People.
Just gets creepier and creepier. Now, before you go saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book in details I guarantee everyone overlooked while reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt.
What?
She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful, end quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of an animatronic workshop, huh? It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere. But it's one of those things that gets the theorist mind to tickle in. Because when I hear of mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor. Hidden trapdoor, or more accurately, secret entrances. Could this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into Sister Location? In fact,
Maybe.
More details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere, but we all know Scott better than that, right? And now that we have Sister Location to reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more sense. Quote, the benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots.
What is a blueprint? I still don't understand what that means.
Where are they? end quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished bots that have just disappeared, but
okay,
it
that's weird.
Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. If the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here.
Sorry.
This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video. This is actually straight from the book. Time and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines as though they're pointing to a greater mystery here, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world. But it's a mystery that never gets solved within the pages of the book. But perhaps most importantly of all is a paragraph a few sentences later that pulls all these clues together and may finally give us an answer as to what is in the box. You know.
Oh yeah, I forgot the box totally.
Quote, John was standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood. Glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked
oh my god, I love hot dogs. They're so tasty. Hope your hot dog is amazing.
Like someone still cared for that. And
I could think much of food, or else I'll be hungry again. Lol, no. But I hope you have a good hot dog. Thank
William
you.
Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is why would Afton be spying on the FNAF 4 house in the games? Well,
don't know.
Because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as
what is his house?
And each night you go back to your retro-themed house. At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine.
But look closer and you notice the details of the room. In particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp. One that we saw in, you guessed it, FNAF 4. In other words, this is Afton's house. And from his underground private room, he's observing his kids. Crying child, the older brother, and the girl who eventually becomes baby. As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a sister location. A sister's location. And from there, all the parts start to fit together.
It's a hot dog with 1,000 islands and horseradish sauce. Okay, what is 1,000 islands? And what is horseradish sauce? Please, thank you, I don't know.
We know why. Crying child
if you can explain, thank you. But if you can't, it's okay, I understand.
This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping.
No way.
Proves it as it shows that purple guy killed.
Of course, it's very spicy. Okay.
Suits. Quote, Carlton was wedged inside
I like spicy, but not too spicy.
Of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split second later, all the
it a supplement for wasabi?
Will instantly be
okay, makes sense.
Body. You'll die, but
looks tasty.
Having witnessed
I never tried wasabi before.
Justifiably terrified.
It looks good.
The pizzeria at all costs, but it's kind of hard when your father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been
and
found out.
Okay, it's another sauce.
He needs to be sure of his son's
tasty then.
Even when he's at work.
If you say it's tasty, I believe it's tasty.
But it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant. But Afton's problem gets solved prematurely with the fatal chomp of 83, a son William loved killed by the very animatronics he also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed this line a lot in past theories because it's
the line of the sister.
Thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here, and now we can finally pinpoint who said it, and more importantly, why. It was Afton.
No, it was not. It was the sister.
Promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how, animatronics. Enter sister location in the Funtime animatronics.
Bro,
not
built
so
for
entertainment or for being worn, but built to help Purple Guy save his son. built for capture. Although no one has yet found how to unlock them in the game, if you dig through the sister location files, you find a set of blueprints for the various animatronics, outlining their size and special features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet in some instances, certainly bigger than a small child, but they're also equipped with things like 360-degree tracking, parental voice mimicking, and storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank isn't quite empty. Yeah, that's a child in there.
No way, Jesus Christ.
Stomach. Captured alive, ready to be experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself. He's doing it
he
to
satisfied
recover his
himself
son,
killing?
to figure out the secret of fusing souls.
Bro, you're liking your
into
hot dog.
animatronics.
That's so amazing.
Afton wants
I'm
to
so
unlock
happy
the
you're having a
mystery
good
of
meal.
giving gifts,
Food is
giving life.
important.
And if that seems like
And
a
food
stretch,
is good.
just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the baby
I finished
babies
it
and the mini
already?
Leons. Tens
Jeez.
of sentient animatronics moving against
Well,
their
at least it was so
programming.
good
Unlike
you had
past
to finish
games
it
where we
fast.
received explanations like anti-criminal
I understand
systems,
it. When I
dying
like
guys
something,
and
I
murder
eat it
suits
so
are the
fast.
products of a nightmare. Here,
But then
it
I
just
want more, I
kinda
don't have more,
exists.
lol.
Why? Well, Baby tells us
I was
over
hungry.
and
It's
over in the trailer
understandable.
for Sister
Don't
Location.
worry, it's okay. You know, food is delicious. What can I say? I love foods.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks.
True, I can
start by
get
writing
more
down
if I
everything
want.
I need to get done, and
What did I just do? Sorry.
Before the game's release,
Sorry.
we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens,
Jesus,
many
that's bad.
dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also that Afton could learn the
Collect
secret
other
to
kids?
reawakening
Oh my
lost
God.
souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, "They're home with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout
Oh my
Sister
God.
Location, he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price.
Well, the
losing
price was
second
Golden
of
Freddy's.
his children, his daughter.
No way.
when she ignores his warnings to stay away
You know,
from the
I
robot.
know
The
that
daughter whose
he
soul
was
goes on
crushed
to
by
possess
Golden
Baby, as
Freddy.
evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minicam
But
to green
for what I
in
see
all
here,
the other times that
the
we
guy wants
ever
to
get
put the
see
kid alive
him. Now flash
again.
forward to the beginning of Sister Location, a place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to
Oh
get
my
out, but
God.
how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be
Yeah,
like the coming
true.
of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They put together their individual abilities Afton programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and
Okay.
Balora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Enter.
Yeah, Shield Gamer told me
Wires and
about this.
eyeballs that serves as their final hope. And we know it's all the animatronics together because
Okay,
it
it
refers
was.
to itself as
I thought it was
Where'd
bigger.
it go?
Yeah, that was what you explained. Now I
As the
understand, but
teaser
I thought
said,
it
there
was
a part of
messier,
him in
lol.
every body.
Okay, now I
After all,
understand.
throughout the 5 nights, Ennard uses those various
I thought
skills
it would have
in
multiple
order to
ads
be
and
their
stuff.
front, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby, be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled
I guess
to
it
move
can
forward
fix
and
since
save her,
it
but
fits
it's
inside
all
a body,
true.
that thing.
By night 5,
Okay,
they
I'll
cleared
trust
out
you.
all the evidence, killing the other technicians.
Oh my God,
so
no
that
way.
No one can speak of the haunted animatronics. But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've saved that honor specifically for you, the purple guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping room, remove your skeleton, and inhabit your body. And as we see in the final scene, their escape is successful. the purple guy. The serial killer father trying to put his son back together is killed by the exact monsters he first created. But
revenge, I guess.
He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 411 of Silver Eyes. Quote, the voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. Dave cocked his head to the side so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. We both wanted to love, he said in those melodious tones. Your father loved, and now I have loved.
Okay.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
You're welcome.
Back to the
Super Amazing End-Card Tournament.
Where last time I asked you whether you thought Sister Location was scary good or frighteningly bad. Survey said
it can be good.
Votes for Sister Location and 30,000 against. So it looks like y'all felt that Scott got his groove back with this one. The follow-up question for today, which animatronic is your favorite?
Toy Bonnie.
Maybe it's the scariest, maybe it's the one you most identify with, maybe it's the one you're most excited about yiffing. Hey, no judgment here.
I like Toy Bonnie. It's cute.
Whatever your reasoning, just click on one. At this point, there's like 1,000, so let's just narrow it down to the essentials and you can include all versions of that character. So here we go. Your options are Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy/Mangle, Golden Freddy /Fredbear, Springtrap, and Baby. Apologies to all you Balloon Boy and Ballora fans out there. Seriously though.
Bro, but I want Toy Bonnie.
Those two in particular just don't fit in anywhere. Anyway, click on one of the options to cast your vote. And once you're done, you have two options. Number one, go and check out the FNAF playlist on the channel. Binge watch that sucker because honestly, it's a lot of fun to look back at those old theories and see just how far we've all evolved in our thinking about
true.
this
It's
game.
so weird.
Each episode is like a little time capsule.
Yeah, I like
You're
Bonnie.
Like, oh yeah, I remember
Toy Bonnie because they
like,
look cute.
Golden Freddy is
Looks
blowing
adorable.
my mind right now. Or option two, if you're looking for a break from FNAF, might I recommend to you Salad Fingers.
Jesus, what is that?
Channel. Seriously, if you like FNAF, then you will love my Salad Finger theories. It's creepy, it's mysterious,
Smash.
and it is ripe for theorizing.
Lol, what?
It's brand new with part
I'm
two
not
that
gonna
video
kill
coming
Toy
out
Bonnie,
today.
poor
Assuming
guy.
you're one of the people watching this theory the day it comes out. In fact, you know what? Here's a link to go directly there. It's perfect viewing for Halloween weekend. Now, if you excuse me, I've got some Metroid and Mario theories in the works that have been on the back burner because of FNAF. So get ready for those. Enough jump scares for one Halloween. It is
Okay,
time to move
thank
on to
you.
some new theories. See ya next week.
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it. It was right where you said it would be. There is only one thing left.
Okay, is this a new game?
I'm going to come find you.
Nope. Not touching it. No, sirree, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but
What is this?
I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline.
True,
I am
lol,
not
Jesus.
doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree, doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old-school game theory treatment.
Slay, I
Today,
guess.
I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay. The dramatic music.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today's Freddy theory is going to be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore, real-life
Okay,
research.
have a good day with your cousin. Thank you so much for being here.
Fascinating is going on right
Thank
now.
you.
Scott Cawthon's two websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't
Have a
tell us
good
what to
day.
do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNAF World website is replying complying with.
Oh my god, so cute, Flying Mazzinita, thank you! So adorable.
Which makes it seem like FNAF 6,
Thank you so much, that's so cute.
Feel free to use it, Scotty C. It's gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War style
Civil War battle? Jesus.
William, aka Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that.
Wait, FNAF 6 already come out? Oh wait, this is on the best
about my thoughts on this. The movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions, the same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge.
Oculus.
Honestly, I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets, and FNAF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make it scary. It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family friendly so they can go in and sell more FNAF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something.
Oh, cute, I guess.
Forces you to get creative.
The toys are cute, I agree.
Actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNAF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heap and helping a Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway, enough updates. I think that covers all the FNAF related things that you guys have been asking me about on Twitter. On to the episode. This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics, and a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite.
The bite.
What I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore. One thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence coming from 6 games and the Silverized book, William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident.
Yeah, it is so bad.
His son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series
That's not a
of
prank, bro.
puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic. But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull?
Jesus, I don't know.
More sinister going on here. Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring-lock suits, but as we hear about in FNAF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp, pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronic to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho ho! Prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered,
Jesus Christ.
to unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can
Secrets.
count my hours. But in an
Oh,
article
so
he did for
cute.
Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one core technology: pneumatic actuators.
Jesus, what is
Well,
that?
yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all the sickest ballers
What
want to
is
tip out
this?
their banging rides, yo, they install hydraulic lifts in their undercarriage, like Ramon from the Cars movie. Well, where hydraulics use oil and fluid dynamics to do that sweet lifting, yo, pneumatics use air pressure. You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want: a piston, a pulley, the deadly
okay, I
blade
think
of
I
the
understand
infamous
now.
bear. They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of, well, Jaws at Universal Studios. Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators in a Chuck E. Cheese style robot's mouth would be, but we can go ahead and calculate a rough estimate. Whereas other actuators in the body and legs would have to be more powerful since they're moving larger, heavier chunks of robot, the ones in the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws, teeth, and cheeks. The pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches long, meaning that they can only build up so much air pressure. All things considered, you're only gonna need about 40 psi of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot. It's like the pressure created from a strong breeze. So how the heck do a handful of small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open? They can't. You see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of the human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage. And the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse any forces applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force and it barely crack. But this perfectly normal Chuck E. Cheese wannabe not only cracks the crying child's head, but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain.
Oh my God.
How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the
Steven Universe, what the?
skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through narrow lady bits.
What?
Once it's made that journey, it has to be able to accommodate for your growing brain. So it has these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately thought that our crying child birthday boy might be a bit easier of a nut to crack considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way. The soft spots disappear or ossify by the time that you're 9 to 18 months old. And I don't care how heartless of a killer you are, purple guy, you ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet. Second, to answer the question I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses and as a result, different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how they protect the skull, the thinnest region of the skull bone is about where your temples are. Lo and behold, that's exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in Golden Fredbear's mouth by the bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing forces of the teeth. So, I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100 pound man or 500 kilogram woman, equal opportunity not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact spot. But then again, that's just to have the thing fracture. We're talking about a catastrophic head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi or 13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull.
That's strong. Let's go.
Obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving you a real-world example of what it feels like. The challenge, though, is to accurately represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's gonna do a lot more damage than if I deliver that same amount of pressure across a wider surface area. Think of it like the difference of stepping onto a single nail versus laying on a bed of nails. One's a bloody good party trick, the other
Whoa.
is just bloody. So think about it this way. 1
Jeez.
megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're
Okay.
talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. And in our case, that pressure is being delivered by small animatronic teeth clamping down on either side of the crying child's head. So a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements. We need to know the surface area of Freddy's teeth. So
No
that we
way,
can figure out how much
Jesus.
force minimum those teeth are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of. So instead, I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla
That face
FNAF
looks
1,
kinda
the
scary
theorists were
but
talking
goofy
about
at the same
an
time, you know?
smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now granted, it isn't a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89 centimeters long, we can use this handprint to scale everything else. Freddy's head then is 32 centimeters wide, or about twice as wide as an adult human's head, which makes a lot of sense. You need something big enough to serve as a costume. Now, using a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters.
Is that a lot?
It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth. 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. This gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with. And that number is bone-chilling. 14,758 newtons. Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with. It's almost the strength of a great white shark bites. In order to deliver that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm, and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force, and it is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNAF theorists like Treesicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton's kidnapping and killing
but it's still kind of... Now it's... I'm getting a little bit, I'm understanding more, but then it's gonna come a new game and it's new stuff again, and I'm getting all messed up because it is so confusing.
Even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed to kill.
But why?
Way overpowered for what they were meant to do. Any normal animatronic would have left the crying child with a few scratches, maybe some psychological scars, but that's about it. He'd be alive. But Afton, being the psychopath that he is, had other intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill, something that he would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all
true.
Afton's fault.
If it wasn't gonna build crazy robots.
To blame, claiming first his son and eventually his daughter too. Man, I gotta say, that really bites. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
You're welcome.
6 months since a FNAF theory? Wow, time flies. It's actually really nice to cover the series again with fresh eyes. I even figured out some new lore bits while working on this one, stuff that I'm sure will show up in the next FNAF theory coming this summer, so if you haven't done it yet, make sure that you bite down hard on that subscribe button in 3, 2, 1. crunch. And hey, might I recommend clicking the video that you see on screen right now? It's actually the first video that I did on FNAF. It's actually really interesting to see how the series have changed in that amount of time. Anyway, that's it for today. I will see you all, or at least the number of you who enjoy our theories that aren't FNAF related, next week.
Thank you. Epic music intensifies, lol.
I am Springtrap.
What? What is Soren?
The balloon boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet, their pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried.
Whoa.
You and me both, sister. You and me both. Up top. Can't high-five me up top because you're a fictional character. Hello,
Whoa.
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where... Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF 6 is canceled. Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scott.
Okay,
Let's be honest, though. It's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics. Stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. You need a calendar, man! I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening.
Okay.
The fact that in the book,
but you know, the book having less pages, it's not better, you know, but okay.
With are canon too. But you know what? I still gotta appreciate lines like page 183. You never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become self-aware of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott has made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories. Details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps.
That's so cute.
What's interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location. No, just no. Anyway, reading Twisted Ones was like reading the crib notes for Sister Location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey,
no,
the dead
poor
horse. We
horse.
just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games. Great. Dead horse animatronic Horsey
poor
one
horse.
final time, because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere close to related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed
malfunction, no, it's not a malfunction, I know.
We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur.
The creature had no fur.
It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the twisted animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs.
Page 140.
Freddy's face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight, his cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained free. She gasped for a last breath.
My
then
God,
was
that's
violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside
Bro, that's so
the cavity
scary.
made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints. Oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby. Page 92. The animatronic's arms lifted and its chest opened like an iron gate. Its metal pieces slid out of place to reveal a dark, gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily
Bro,
forced
sometimes
her
I'm too
closer to the chest. So why does any of this?
focus
And the
it
Twisted
like
Ones as a whole book matter in
I'm
the context of
kinda
the FNAF
concentrated on this,
well,
like,
the opening
because
sequence of Sister
I'm
Location
trying to
we
learn
hear
and then
one-time
sometimes I don't talk
animatronics
much,
were
I'm
made by
sorry.
William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learned that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery.
But wasn't it that was the purple guy that made the robots? Now it's different again?
There. But after that video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game. Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool over my eyes, or at least retconned huge parts of his story to keep me off the scent, once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics.
Ah, okay, now it's understandable.
And the Twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Whoa, the hardware, the joints, it's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies.
No way.
Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book.
They bury themselves,
jeez. Weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening, misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186. Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
Jesus.
The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself, ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location,
Jesus.
that
Christ.
Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but
Okay.
William must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's roof, where a map of FNAF 4's
Yeah,
house was
the
above
house,
and
yeah.
directly connected to the map of the Sister Location
Why,
facility. It was
though?
also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists,
Lol, a
it
bunker.
also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. In the novel, we see the Twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the Parasol and Balloon Boys from the FNAF 2 location, and then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason.
so beautiful.
FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier
Let's
in the book, Charlie and her
go.
boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe. Like, Charlie shows him no sense of affection, and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret room, hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Whoa, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the room.
No way.
Whoever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page
Underground
194,
pizzeria.
We're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly, she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found. They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place.
True, yeah, why did he help William, bro?
And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like the infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it,
Chica
that I
looks
can't
cute with
not talk about it
the
here.
beak.
On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot.
What is that?
Connected to literally anything else in the animatronic, and in a pretty unusual place, just kinda stuck on, slightly off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was an odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kinda forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4, and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF. And no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose. Its little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place.
Why?
Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind-control disc.
No way.
Gasps and requisite eye rolls. I don't blame either of those reactions. Let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it had transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its casing suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry. flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and
that's
boy
scary.
John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Quote, it was a flat disc, about the size of a $50 coin. She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high-pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like, Charlie corrected. Freddy's image...
Why? Well, yeah, it kind of makes sense if they want
from his fur,
to lure people.
That made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds,
no way.
You say,
so how do they really look like? Oh, so cute. Tiny face. Oh,
now,
sad tiny face.
Ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kind of based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably going to be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research on how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences. So the idea that a disc is shooting out sounds that distract you and thus cause your perception of reality
that's kind of trippy that if it's better.
Familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least, not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this book. Not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind-controlled discs were created by none other than dear old dad, William Afton, page 99. There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read, Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that.
Yeah.
So why and how does this matter in the context of the games? I actually think it has the potential to explain a lot. First, from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though?
Yeah.
To trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids.
So they don't look cute at all? It's just mind control?
It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids. Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom, as well as other locations from FNAF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on children.
Oh my god, that makes sense. Why it had nightmares?
Hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these.
Yeah, that makes sense now.
But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The Phantom animatronics from FNAF 3. Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle? There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time.
Yeah, I never played it, so let me see.
And especially when it came to the puppet attacking you. Weird that these hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dude says, but rather
my god, this
from
looks so scary to play.
A disc specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one thing you can't deny is that these discs Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series?
Easter eggs?
The Wallbit mask and the mini Rena's random appearances in the control room of Sister Location.
Ooh, also
the
tiny.
Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie from FNAF 2. I mean, the FNAF 2 location does make an appearance of sorts in the book, with the discs hidden in the lights of the building. Maybe even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNAF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything, and we physically see them present in Sister Location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to try and put together this mess of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese style robotics. And I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again, those are all theories for other days. In the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. You know, at this point, FNAF is 3 years old. 3
Let's go!
That means most of you younger fans of the series are probably hitting that special time in your life where hair starts to appear in places that it never used to. Like in between your eyebrows, fusing them together to form the much-dreaded unibrow. Take my advice, this is for your own good. Don't be like me. Don't make the mistake and think that a unibrow is okay.
No, it's not okay. Well, no, it's okay, it's okay.
No, learn
I think it's okay, but, you know,
dealing with awkward
I don't know, bro. I think it's okay, actually. Yeah, it's no problem.
Treat yourself to the club. Dollar Shave Club, literally
what
the
is
best,
this?
easiest, and cheapest shave you will ever have. Why is it the best? Because their executive razor rocks, metal and firm, standing head and shoulders above the.
You know, I use a tiny thing to take out my eyebrow thingies.
Having to put on pants and go out
it's like a
stay hidden away from the world.
It's not that, I don't use that, that's too big for my eyebrows.
No human interaction necessary, which is great for all you introverts watching right now. And why is it the cheapest? Because for a limited time, new members get their first month of the executive razor with a tube of the Dr. Carver's shave butter for only $5.
I think it is not for eyebrows.
Just a few bucks a month. That is, calculating it now with my math brain, a $15 value only available to you theorists right now exclusively at dollarshaveclub.com/MattPat. That's dollarshaveclub.com/MATPAT. In your first month box, you get the awesome weighty handle, a full cassette of 4 executive cartridges, and a tube of shave butter. So say goodbye to Unipat and say hello to social acceptance and silky smoothness.
You don't need to have normal brows if you don't want to.
Be the same. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have
eyebrows.
A ridiculous math question in store for next week's episode that I need to go solve. I will see you then.
Why, with enough belief, you can even cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Death itself.
Okay, this is scary. What's happening?
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the 200th episode of Game Theory.
Yay!
Technically, it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically, the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNAF with one final mega theory.
Yay!
So the 200th episode of Game Theory. Proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, if you don't know, one of the longest held
Pink
debates
is not purple.
is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy, the two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow.
No!
Anyway, since FNAF 2, I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, The Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48, when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2, quote, "Purple guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room." There it is, clear as
it's purple.
Purple guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which purple guy? Because there's two now, and if you didn't know that, strap in. It is gonna be a long episode.
Yeah, why? Why
It's always
two?
been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy?
It's just Balloon Boy, I guess.
Games had just become a mire of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder and harder to tell the difference between a withered Freddy, a phantom Freddy, and a nightmare Freddy, let alone a golden Freddy versus a golden Fredbear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear Pizzas, Fazbear Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends, Missing Children, Crying Children, and Bites
My
pretty much
God.
every decade. Then came Sister Location, where between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie, hand units that lie, animatronics
Wait, they
that
lie?
fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple and immortal. Needless to say,
No way.
it was a lot. For me, what had become the scariest part of FNAF wasn't the jump scares, it was the lore. So you can understand why when the novels
Oh
came
yeah,
out,
Chill Gamer told me that they get purple because they got possessed
started
by the
looking for more streamlined
robots.
solutions within their pages, hunting for clues to the games in a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they exist and probably should have existed but didn't exist. And the only thing I accomplished in the process was
enough
making
stuff.
things more complicated. So in all the time that FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain, I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about this series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it, basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy toe, 2 Foxy toes. Only this time, I was aided by knowledge of where the series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release, The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others dismissed as merely an elongated strategy guide to the games, but to me, it was invaluable at filtering down years' worth of lore into the details that Scott himself deemed as the most important to focus on. And this entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline.
The timeline. Sorry.
Left for us along the way, and the more I looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, the next video, to create a final, definitive, lore-based theory on the insanity that is FNAF, putting to rest the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise, and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6, since at this point we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it,
Okay.
Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria, it's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bare pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refused to stay dead. The soul of the first child
Poor kids. Come on, they didn't want to die.
By preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we had to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister Location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister Location, where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter, No Name. Doesn't help.
No Name. The name of...
You see, old Billy
the name is No Name.
Kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do: outsources it to the machines. He designs a series of Funtime animatronics with features specifically made for luring and capturing kids. We can see it on their blueprints: parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync, and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or kid, in this case. His own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw. In true FNAF fashion, she done gets herself scooped, goes on to possess Circus Baby, and that causes the eye color of Baby to shift from blue to green. The tragedy results in the spin-off restaurant Circus Baby's Pizza World closing down in one day. The day it opens, and the fun times get stored as the trailers say,
it's closing the day it opens,
where
jeez.
memories sleep, just waiting for the day that they become rentals, one Afton down. Now, before we kill off the next Afton child, let's rewind a minute to explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human Froyo goes here, since this is a pretty extreme break from how most people understand the FNAF timeline. Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of '87. We also know that this incident happens before Springlock suits get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps you inside a Springlock suit and says this:
"You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used."
So Circus Baby and Pizzeria were from a time before the
unfortunate incident at the Sister Location involving multiple and simultaneous Springlock failures,
which prompted all Springlocks to be
that's making sense now.
More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps the biggest clues to the timeline placement of the Baby incident come from FNAF 4, what most of us have considered the first game in the timeline, where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear.
So cute.
Promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the words, "Remember what you saw," repeated over and over to him. When the game first came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment. His sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics. And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear materialize. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is, positioned in the exact same way that Baby rips in half to claw grip Afton's daughter. It's how a child would perceive that incident. And that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girls' room in it, something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see. So why is it empty? Because the sister is gone.
Yeah, unfortunately.
William's sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Just to be clear, I know a previous theory said this girl was Baby, but she's not. It was a predictive theory based on visual similarities that didn't pan out. In Sister Location, Scott very clearly showed us that Afton's daughter doesn't wear her hair in pigtails and has a different color of hair than the pigtail girl in FNAF 4. And we all know how picky Scott is about colors, at least at this point in the series. He learned his lesson after the whole thing.
That's not all. Ballora.
It's confusing, but okay.
As we move on to the next member of the Afton clan. Here's a big question that no one's thought to ask about this series yet. The mother, Mrs. Afton, where is she?
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, adoption is a great thing, but something tells me that Slick Willie over here isn't the single father of 3 type. It was a question that I had never considered until the answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex. End quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott.
What's the complex thing?
That I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics. It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, we've all been quick to write off Ballora as just this weird Rule 34 bizarre new addition to the animatronic roster.
Don't you tell me.
She has a bigger part of the story than we all realized. This is far from speculation. Another major clue hides in the song that she sings, one that Scott draws particular attention to in her character profile in Freddy Files. The lyrics go,
"Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
Okay, this is creepy. What?
It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away.
This reference to an empty tomb devoid of joy resembling a vacant tomb is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb.
Don't you tell me it's the mom.
Could it be that this song is referencing the daughter's empty room that we just talked about from FNAF 4? And if that's the case, does that make Bellora's true identity Mrs. Afton? Bellora is
Oh my god, no way, all the family's a robot now.
Mini Renas as her children, and she's a much older and more mature looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series. If this were truly the case, based on her song, it sounds like after the daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Bellora's line, hiding inside your walls, is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF 4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something, it's not really that important, and Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Bellora. And with that, another Afton gets buried in the basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung? That sounds
okay.
Bad. Regardless, the debate of whether Michael or William is the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that this is 1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription bell down below to find out next week as soon as part 2 of this ultimate FNAF theory airs. Seriously, do it. Otherwise, you'll never know how this series ends, and you'll forever be wondering whether it's Will Trap or Mike Trap. And then FNAF 6 will come out and everything will be all higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity on these early controversial timeline placements, well, if you look beyond just their fancier, more modern design, the evidence around the sister location animatronics points to them being earlier models. One detail of FNAF 4 that I've been kicking around in my head for a year now is the canonicity of the Halloween update. In the update, Scott included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Night Marionette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette were both labeled as non-canon to the series, but things hit a wrinkle with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that set off huge red flags for me because it tells us a crucial detail. That by the time of FNAF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet, and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Night Terrors over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has to have predated the events we see in FNAF 4. Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see and hear in Sister Location.
Well, it was in the corner there.
Humanoid robots. Sure, there's Bellora and Baby, but there's also these little dolls that share a similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy, making it seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurants. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are going to bring up. In Sister Location, Hand Unit says,
due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Hearing the location of Sister Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and you wouldn't be wrong, they are. But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Baby and Bellora were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as I showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learned about Circus Baby's Pizza World in the pre-game teaser Scott released on Scott Games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There was only a handful of people that ever got to look inside, kids from here and there, end quote. Obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point.
Jesus, this is so much information so fast.
Clearly during a period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department and were then stored underground after opening day when Afton's girl got scooped. Some were kept in rotation, rented out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNAF 2, while all the others got forgotten underground, only to be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together.
Jesus.
Wait, are you all still here? Oh good, because I have yet to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. See you next week for the finale to my final FNAF theory.
Thank you.
At least final FNAF lore theory. I suppose I could do a science one if the mood struck. And if there is eventually news for FNAF 6, I could do a predictive theory about it, I guess. By the way, did you hit that bell yet? You should to celebrate our 200th episode, give or take 1.5 or so. But whatever, this one feels like a big event. And finally, you remember my YouTube Red series Game Lab? Another episode is free for you to watch right now. No YouTube Red subscription required. Available internationally. No problems. Just click on it and watch. And it is, lo and behold, the FNAF episode. I put myself as
Okay,
those
look.
3 other YouTubers through a real-life version of the FNAF series. 100% recreated too, like battery-powered doors and everything with limited
Lol.
energy. It's great. Check out how I do in a real-life version of FNAF by clicking the box to the right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go record part 2 of this episode, so that way you have it ready in time for next week. Not letting you down, not making you wait a questionable amount of time for the finale to this whole thing. We got this. It's gonna be a good one.
Okay. Let's just put on pause because now it's cookie time. Let's have cookie time. Ah, sorry. Cookie time. So good. Okay. Cookie time is over. Let's proceed.
Well, hello again, theorists. We have a party planned today, and it's all for you. So, are you ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late to turn back now.
Okay.
Get ready for a surprise in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, calm down.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out.
Whoa.
Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
What? Lol.
Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar. Calling it right now, FNAF 5 gave us sister location, FNAF 6 gives us international expansion.
Let's go.
So, this is it. The end of an era. My last FNAF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kinda sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set out to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy is not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried.
Okay.
So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora. Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this? For the first time,
Why though?
game,
It's not about Chica.
animatronics was just gone. That seems significant, right? And it is. I joked earlier about FNAF Lederhosen location, but it touches on an element of these games that we tend to brush aside, that there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from Phone Guy, parent companies in the form of Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with sister location. So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In the Scott Games source code leading up to Sister Location's game's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules, but mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name, definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in sister location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would
because
seem
of the
that Fazbear
cupcake?
Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out the other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew and why she's a part of the series from here on out. So no, theorists, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just Scott trying to reduce the amount of creepy poultry-themed fan art.
Ay,
Let's be real here
Jesus.
for a second. Bibs aren't sexy. I'm just saying it now. All in it like I sees it. So Fazbear Entertainment decides to go all in on the animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean, seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming.
No way, lol.
Consumer, man. Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends and has become so popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies, toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now because they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of the old Fredbear characters and the new spin-off ones where every character has their own Springlock suit. Notice that the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5 fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits. Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987? The bite at the birthday party makes it seem like it's 1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by discussion over trademark dates. Rage that lives on to this day, but now I can finally bring calm to the storm. This is 1983. We know this based on a recent Reddit post Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story. Quote, "The truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. I used sister location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. End quote. Reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true to his word, he clarified via sister location and the private room camera code of 1983, 1983. When Michael Afton revisits his father's control room decades after the fact, he sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life. Regardless, neglectful father William participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother chomped at his own birthday party. At the end of the game,
oh my god, it was his birthday. That's
Bear observation plushies, pending, promises to put his son back together, except he's too late. We hear a hospital flatline faintly in the background as the cutscene ends, meaning that the child dies. That's far from where his story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back
Faust, you
together,
have a VIP badge. I made you VIP. I hope you like it.
Ghostly Golden Freddy for proof as to why.
Yeah, it's depressing.
Remember what Scott said in his Reddit post? He tries to clarify things in the next game.
Oh my god, so fast now.
There's a point he made oh my god, cute tiny face! Notice the masks across the 2 games.
I'm happy.
Imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday.
But this is depressing, the FNAF thing. But I'm happy that you're happy.
3 party tables decorated with green,
why?
yellow, balloons, and it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child.
I don't know what VIP does, I just thought Norfolk is so good and is always here, so they always here, so I'm gonna give him a badge.
I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game.
Yay! Hope you like it.
Which leaves us
I don't know what benefits it brings.
Purple guy and other.
But I hope
The rest of the
you
trailer
like
is
it.
the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind, retracing William's steps to undo his father's cruel work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued. William, acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling
Now because the purple guy is not the phone guy, phone guy is wooden, it's just some random
will be safely off camera. He first strikes on June 26th at the FNAF 1 location. This murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident, eventually gets the place shut down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy
it's so weird. These theories are weird, but some of them make sense.
The FNAF 2 location, along with some new toy robots linked to
Foxy.
a database to prevent a mass
Foxy's the phone guy?
Some old favorites get pulled out of retirement.
No way.
Specifically Balloon Boy. And with that full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has its grand reopening. Now posing as a security guard, William with his spring lock,
the art of FNAF is more cuter than the animatronics.
The day shift security guard
No, isn't phone guy, okay.
Empty slot, but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics.
Okay, Foxy is what? I don't know, bro. Oh wait, they're talking about phone guy. Wait, no, I forgot.
The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location.
I lost what they were saying.
William knows that these things are alive and angry at it, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be honest, their stock value, covers up.
Okay, I guess phone guy is just some random. I don't know, bro.
Afton, now Springtrap inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father...
Okay. They crazy then. Each time I join it again, I get a black screen. Why?
Dad to put his sister back together. A promise that William
is it my... maybe it's my computer, I don't know.
Mike was still a child, or before
I'm sorry.
ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying...
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with innards. As we see throughout the canon custom night
I don't think so. Okay, no, I false. Maybe I have to search what's happening, because I don't know.
A fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his innard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall together. First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects us to
Michael is a purple zombie. Why? You know, if they are a purple zombie and they're walking around the town like that, nobody calls the police, bro? That's so weird.
Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if in the sister location, Mike's mission is to free the
you know, it's kind of
absolutely be guilty of sus. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in Sister Location. He looks just like his father, which, man, William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse,
jeez.
Consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of, "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child, Mike's brother. So the "it's me" is one brother speaking to another brother.
Chicken was the first one to get killed.
And in need
Chica.
of spiritual release. Now, knowing that
Bro,
Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same,
you know, Chica, I think Chica,
Fritz Smith.
They're a cool design.
Day on the job for what?
They're kind of scary, but the toy version is better. I like the toy version, it's cuter.
Doesn't do coincidences. Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do. Like Michael says at the end of Custom Night.
I'm going to come
And
Okay,
right he does
the
at
son wants
Fazbear's
to
Fright. But before he gets to the timeline, let's address
undo the bad
fact that
stuff.
Freddy is
Okay.
established to be the killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the custom night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually 2 purple guys, but only 1 real purple guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague for dramatic effect, but let me explain. Or better yet, let FNAF World explain. In it, you recruit a familiar-looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual purple guy. I'm just a game sprite." And there's the difference. One of these characters is physically purple. That character is Michael, and the other is just a placeholder on the screen, a sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be
makes
black, is
sense.
colored differently, and that color was purple. But you don't even have to get that meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear family.
Why there's a someone biting your brain with a bill inside of the brain? That's so weird.
Believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, as the evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to you about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty. Mike's efforts to atone for his
Okay,
family's past
jeez,
prove to be
that's so many
successful.
information.
Game by game, we see him piecing together the family reunion. Sister Location saw him free both Ballora and Baby. Then in FNAF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame. Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised.
Exorcised, bro, what?
FNAF 3 shows 4 empty, unlit animatronic heads. That's also why, come the main gameplay of FNAF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every other one of the spirits, leaving him alone with dear old Dad.
I'm going to come find you.
Okay.
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright, and shortly after, the creators of the attraction stumble across FNAF 1's secret room, with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside.
Gee.
Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling father, who in both the FNAF 3 newspaper
Oh, so
clippings
cute,
and Sister
teddy bear.
Location's special ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever. The end? Question mark. Hallelujah. The craziest part of all this is when you actually stop and look at the story, there really isn't a need for FNAF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that? Everything else pretty much has an answer. Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs. The family is reunited and the spirits are all at peace. It's actually pretty poetic. It took nearly 20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me.
Oh, you're
It's been an
welcome.
incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100% correct, but you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1? Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's gonna be taking yet another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the window design is a direct callback to the aesthetic of 70s technology, which is when Fredbear Family Diner and the first murder would take place. Lastly, the source code on Scott Games keeps saying, what is paragraph 4? Well, paragraph 4 could be relating to a lot of things, but the one thing that jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out. Paragraph 4 of my episode last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up. Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see why. His voice is modified with an electronic effect in the custom night ending. Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words.
I'm going to come find you.
And the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easily explained away. We've heard Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNAF 3. And Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's. Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element where Mike is stating his mission to track his father down. We visually see that he did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it seems like a pretty balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard and Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the Puppet.
Okay, that makes sense.
The only person who looked at both
I always come back. Oh my god, cute tiny emoji, thank you! Narval, so cute!
But the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why there's a whole series of phone guy takes telling employees about the safe rooms, how to use them, and then, oh wait, no, we're closing them down, pretend like they never existed.
Whoa.
That due to other restrictions, previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this. More crews will be here hosting the day today, constructing a bulk wall over the old store base. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you have anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that listeners not be mentioned family, friends, or insurance representatives.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get souped and turn purple since his rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNAF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy, and Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky, thinking that he got away from the spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very counter to how Mike behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our theories on the killer being in Springtrap years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, well, I look forward to watching your research. Alright, 12 pages later, I'm finally ready to close this thing out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to Kellen Goff, the voice of Funtime Freddy, who recorded that incredible intro. Please do me a favor and follow him on Twitter at
Game Theory, True Norfolk. I like it. It's cool.
Hearthstone, which is really awesome.
Ooh,
also,
Dragon.
if you want more FNAF action, watch me and Rosanna Pansino play FNAF 6. Yeah, that's right, FNAF 6 together. That's a new video on her channel, and the link is right on screen right now. We both get so scared by this darn game. And lastly, surprise, surprise, I actually do more than Freddy theories. If you want a new series to tide you over until FNAF 6, check out Hello Neighbor. It's great, and there's tons of theory fodder in there.
This was years ago, yeah, 8 years ago, Norfolks.
If you'll excuse me,
I'm old.
I need a nap.
I'm old. I'm an old lady already.
And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits.
What? No way. They want to give up their spirits, lol. I'm old too. Yeah.
After the smoke clears.
Full of, I'm like full of back, that's my health problems and other stuff. Back pain, headaches. And I like to be at home all the time. Yeah, I'm a little old lady, lol.
Seriously though, can we turn on
I like soup, I like crochet, I like house activities, I like gardening, I'm old.
And you too can be getting hotter than a serial killer in a burning death trap.
I'm only 21 by the way, but I'm old. I consider myself an old lady because of the state I am.
Hell, I will show you the way, because not only do we have this nifty
oh my god, cute kitty art in the wall. Why are you? No, get out there. Yeah, see, kitty art.
So you can look and feel great even after stuffing your face with budget pizza from a defunct children's restaurant. And they wash great, especially when you're using
kitty art in the wall.
It's gonna be spring soon, and spring tends to get
so
kind
cute.
of chilly. But don't worry, because I got you covered with another item that I think's the bomb: a bomber jacket, complete with.
Oh wait, this is merch. They're selling. Okay, I was just seeing the art in the background.
Too hot to be doing so. Then, for all those who want to secretly show off their theorist pride, we got socks. Because honestly,
Slay, I guess.
Fun, colorful, nerdy socks are like my favorite people in the world. I have 20 pairs of nerdy socks ranging from like Deadpool to Rick and Morty, and now Game Theory's in the collection.
There's nerdy socks, so slay, I guess.
And finally, we have men's and women's underwear, perfect for your top and your bottom. Call it Game Theory Intimates. It's a new year. Get yourself some new gear. Plus, every order comes with a special Winter 2018 pin, as well as a chance to win something that is really special. Only 100 orders will come packaged with this, a special limited edition Golden Fury coin. Not only is it just super cool to get a real gold coin, it also may serve as your ticket to a very special event happening later this year. It's basically like Willy Wonka and his golden tickets, except for gamers and less caloric. But I have to warn you, supplies of everything are super limited. We know that things took way too long last time to get to you, so we've partnered with a new team to ensure that you get your orders faster and with way better customer service. Unlike last time, everything is already printed, waiting in boxers and eager to find a new home in your arms, or on your stanky feet, or covering your unmentionables. Shipping is international, sizes are like what you'd get in the store, and again, to ensure that you get stuff fast, this is all super limited edition prints. Once it is gone for good. So make sure you place your orders now.
It was 7 years ago, it's gone for sure now.
And once it arrives, send us a picture of you in the merch. Except for the underwear, I don't want to get arrested. Anyway, enough shilling. Let's talk about the end of this channel's most popular franchise.
It's not the end, bro. There's like more 40 videos.
Theory, where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNAF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last.
True, yeah, it's not the last, bro. There's so many.
Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. And
I did not like what happened there. What happened? No, I false. Also cute tiny face. But what happened?
Disguised under the fan game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator gets released. Now, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you all thought that Scott and I were the same person. Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time.
I'm worried now.
Over 2 months ago, and ever since, I've had countless people asking me for the theory.
Shay talked about pagans. What's pagans?
That's not even mentioning all the emails I've gotten in that time.
What's pagans? What is? I don't know.
Lucas, Sarah, Alex, Matt, number 2, and NBA Rookie of last year, Karl Anthony Towns. That's no joke, actually.
Do you want me to search? Wait, let me. I'm gonna search on my phone. Don't want anything bad to appear on screen. I don't know what that is.
Those are all for you. Now,
let me see.
A very different game from any of the ones
I'm listening here. Wait.
Weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you come to know and tolerate from this series. But because it's much more explicit than usual, this game has a lot of talking. Visual storytelling to reinforce.
I'm not gonna say what it is.
That a lot of the major plot points of this game are fairly easy to understand.
No way, no, this is really my
for the entirety of this franchise. FNAF 6 is
don't search it, don't search it. Oh my god. My heart, Jesus, what the hell.
Game of the series.
I shouldn't search that. I didn't know what it was.
What I'm gonna call the Purple Guy Saga. It's like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that
don't, bro. Don't, Jesus.
With the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates and ends with the spirits of everyone involved.
Don't do that. It's inappropriate stuff, just gonna tell you.
In its story, many online theorists have chosen to focus on the major story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly.
Also, cute tiny scary face. Thank you, no false.
Longest held questions of the franchise.
I hope Google doesn't think oh my god, that thing, jeez.
Prepare to get a little wrinkly like a toe left in the bathtub for too long, because while today is certainly a theory, or rather multiple theories all in one episode, it's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points.
I sometimes think if FNAF Pizzeria will have good pizza. I'm just thinking about this because I'm hungry, of course, but would the pizza be good?
In the aftermath of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits
I like Bonbon. Yeah, now I saw videos of Bonbon Bon, it's not so scary.
Springtrap with William Afton inside.
I like Bon Bon more now.
Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and fnafworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code. A conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into
Why
a fight
don't they make like a...
voted out of the tribe, which is why
maybe this is a bad idea, but like
a entities. Ennard in this game
how is it called? Like Disney Park or something. I don't know how to say this. There's a girl version, but
the entire series to 12.
Let me. Bon FNAF girl version. Oh, it's so cute! I like it. It's so adorable. It's a pink one. Oh, it's so cute. I like it. Ah, no, this one is cuter. I like this one. This is adorable. Oh, so adorable. Lol. Thank you for telling me. Cute tiny face, thank you.
Freddy's alone, and you'll wonder why this game is confusing to talk about. Baby
of course it's confusing. Ah, Jesus, what is that?
With a lobster claw and roller skates because Scott was like, "Wee, it's my final game. I can make the designs whatever the hell I want to." Springtrap now has a cleft chin.
It's not the final game, bro. Look at how many videos there are.
Why the heck not throw a 13th bear onto the pile? Throughout the game, you're not only tasked with handling the best characters ever, featuring such standouts as #1 Crate and Mr. Hugs, but every night you'll find one of your old friends out in that back alley, and it's your task per paragraph 4 of your employment contract to salvage that animatronic, bringing them into your establishment.
Okay. If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under
paragraph 4.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game, where we learned that the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time, so that they...
Okay, the pizzeria was not a pizzeria, it was a trap. Okay, more confusing stuff, I guess.
Even though that technically happened once before in FNAF 3 and Springtrap survived. But hey, who's counting? Me, but, you know, that's what I do. And who of all people set up this trap? What is the identity of this mysterious cassette man? Well, the first clue we get is actually in
the blackberry is the puppet. No way! The puppet is the black bear? You know, I always thought the puppet wasn't an animatronic, it was a spirit because it was so weird. But now thank you so much.
This guy a lot during that dark period where I used information from the books for my sister location.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Series, he's the animatronic genius who partnered
if it wasn't people explaining this to me, I would get more confused. Jeez.
The insanity ending proves that this is Henry. If during the game you buy this freak show egg creature for way too much money, it causes your computer's power button to switch from green to blue. If you then hold the power button like you're starting the computer in safe mode, it causes a hidden recording to play.
Okay, what? Puppet is also a trapped child. Yes, it's the first one. I guess it's like the first one that died.
As Henry talks about his regret,
but Puppet is so weird, like he's so sane. How can he fix a child in there? They fit a child in there.
Blueprints. Most of them provide a bit more detail into how this wacky world works. We're shown that Afton Scooper from Sister Location functions by infusing things with, for lack of a better
I say they.
Energy,
she. She's a she.
This is how Michael was able to survive as a purple corpse.
I didn't know the gender. I'm sorry.
We also see that Molten Freddy, formerly Ennard, still
wait, the puppet is a she?
Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy, and that our mission under paragraph 4 is to specifically collect
but if she's a robot now, she's a they or no?
We even learned the detail
I don't know, bro. Sorry.
No one was asking for: how to simulate children. The RASC, or Remote Activated Simulated C, I'm assuming stands for child, simulates body temperature.
I'm sorry, no false. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best.
Around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game, and also probably FNAF 3. But what's most surprising is the final blueprint.
I don't know actually what Puppet and what Trapped Child is a girl. Wait. Puppet FNAF pronouns. She, her, but the animatronic is a he, him, or it. Okay. They have like all these pronouns. I'm gonna say them, they, them, because it is a lot. I don't know, bro. That's a lot of pronouns. But is it bad to say they, them? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Should I? It is confusing now.
According to its acronym, is programmed to lure something.
Also, cute tiny face, thank you.
And then encapsulate it with a combination of.
No, it isn't bad to say them. Thank you.
A bear suit that was made by Henry that has the sole.
Because it's neutral, so.
None other than the puppet. You can even tell it's already
Noifalls told me that. Thank you, MadPets.
Rare screen you sometimes
or
get when you boot up
it's
the
MadPets, right? Their name.
Okay.
Oh my God! Look, yeah, jeez.
There. If you buy and then play the security puppet minigame 3 times over the course of your week in the restaurant, you see a child
it's okay, Noifalls, don't worry.
Wearing a bracelet. The puppet,
a
security
device,
is trained to respond to her specific bracelet code, green, and so it chases her outside only to find her dying in the alley. Short circuit of the rain that's pouring down around it, it lies down next to her, and the two fuse into one. And
jeez!
With exactly what we hear.
Don't cry, Noifalls. It's okay.
You can hear me. I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I couldn't save you.
Oh yeah! Now they're talking about the spirit of the girl.
For those you have carried in your arms.
Henry's daughter, the first victim, is the puppet. The one who gave life to everyone that came after her and gave peace to their souls in FNAF 3. Finally confirmed after I'd been predicting it for 3 years since the release of FNAF 2. So there you have it. Henry from the books is now canon in the games. His daughter is the puppet trapped inside Lefty. Everyone, including Michael, dies in the
Lefty looks so adorable. I like that design.
Elizabeth and Henry's closing monologue. It's all pretty cut and dry. I mean, if you want to get really deep, the images on the walls in the alley are actually blurry contracts. You can tell based on the bullet points and oddly short paragraphs, which I have seen more than enough time to identify.
Sorry.
And all of that relates back to that theme of what is paragraph 4, which has been Scott's calling card for this game. The creepy imagery of the ventriloquist and clown that you also see in the alleyway isn't teasing some new game like a lot of people have been assuming, but rather it's just an artistic recreation of the Afton family. William is the ventriloquist. The dummy who looks exactly like him represents Michael Afton, who, as we know, looks just like his father, just a smaller version of him, and has to parrot back a lot of what his father tells him to do.
True.
Elizabeth, aka Baby, is the clown for fairly obvious reasons, and the bear on the leash is just Crying Child, a child who is trapped and held back by his family, who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the mediocre Melodies crew from this game, which also happen to match up perfectly to the other masks that you see during FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy Frog, the pink one is Pink Patch, Mr. Hippo is purple, there's some blue one for some reason, and then Marvel the elephant is the orange one with the long nose. But for as much as FNAF
I didn't know they were. Oh, look at
parrots! Explains a lot pretty explicitly.
I didn't know they had more.
3 huge questions. 3 questions that no one has been able to answer for the past 2 months until now. Or at least I'm pretty confident that I can answer 2 of those questions. For the third one, I'm gonna need your help. Now, you don't need too much to get that true ending. You just salvage all the animatronics and survive all the nights. It's basic FNAFing 101. But
okay, but how do I do that? I never played FNAF. I look at this and think this is so scary.
The Lore Keeper ending.
Lord.
Things start to get complicated in a hurry. To unlock it, you have to play 3 specific minigames through to completion: Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist. Security Puppet was easy to explain. The others, though, are where the questions start to pop up.
Oh look, there's a fruit game. You just have to beat the game at all.
Through the 3 levels.
But the game looks so scary, and I don't like scary stuff. And if I get scared, it's gonna be hard for me to play.
Bloody footprints, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl reflected in the arcade screen.
Imagine playing a scary game.
Since standing behind her
You
is
scary,
none other
you
than
scared
the
all the
purple guy,
time.
dressed in his golden best. Now, this one's confused a lot of online theorists, but in my opinion, it requires some process of elimination to solve. FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends, right? And at this point, the puppet set the souls
That
of
girl
FNAF's
lost
core
her
four,
dog.
Freddy, Foxy,
Aww.
Bonnie, and Chica, as well as
That's
Golden Freddy Free in
depressing.
the Happiest Day minigame.
I didn't know,
Baby,
sorry.
The Sister Location crew, Springtrap, and the puppet are all taken care of by Henry in the true ending of FNAF 6, and the 3 toy animatronics from FNAF
Oh, so
2,
cute.
which do seem to legitimately be
They
tied
so
to a security
adorable.
database, are scrapped at the end of their game. So who or what does that leave? Mangle.
Wait, my favorites. Okay, wait.
Do seem to legitimately be tied to a security database, are scrapped
Wait.
at the end of their game. So who or what does that
My favorites are Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, because they're adorable.
leave?
But Toy Chica with the beak.
But I'm not
Without the
saying
beak,
that the
it's
girl
scary.
is Mangle. I'm telling you, it's her dog. Mangle
Oh,
is William
no!
Afton's first successful experiment with a remnant, dog remnant. Which, now that I say it out loud, sounds a lot more like dog duty than Miracle Soul formula, but let me explain. We obviously see that the girl's crying, but it's not because she's scared. We actually see that Will Trap is able to have a normal conversation with her, saying, "He's not dead. He's still alive. Follow me." She's crying.
Yeah, this is
because her
impressive.
dog
I didn't
as
know.
represented on the screen. And that's the he that William's referencing here. Your dog is not dead. He is still alive. And we have proof that William
This is
isn't lying
horrible.
about this either.
Jeez.
It's a detail that I've never talked about, which is pretty incredible that after so many of these darn videos, I'm still pulling out random factoids to piece into this puzzle. But in the Save Them minigame from way back in FNAF 2, you're in a building filled with 5 dead kids and Purple Guy. All the other animatronics are stationary except
Stationary.
for
When
one,
people say
Mangle.
stationary, I remember of,
Well,
I don't know,
it's
pens,
unlike
pencils,
every other
erasers.
animatronic in the entire
I'm sorry.
series, roaming around on all 4s.
Oh my
In the
god,
middle,
this is so
walks
depressing.
around
What
on
the
3
hell?
legs, but you get the point. A design
This is
decision so
horrible.
important that we see Scott keep it in Mangle's quest from FNAF 3 as well. Mangle is alive without the puppet giving him gifts or giving him life. So how is the Mangle animatronic moving in this moment? William experimenting with animals and remnants.
My god,
As we see
no,
in the
bro,
Fruity Maze,
no.
William uses the fact that the dog is still alive to lure this girl to her death, allowing
Nah,
her to be
bro.
reunited with her dog forever.
Mangle
The
doesn't have a
notice
voice.
that the dead dog in the Fruity Maze minigame is
Oh.
actually missing.
I didn't
an
know.
eye, a
Yeah,
detail that
we
see it
never
share
heard the
with
voice,
Mangle.
so-
Additionally, you ever notice how Mangle is the only animatronic that actually doesn't possess any human-like noises? The core 4.
Oh yeah, Nightfall just said that.
At various points throughout the series, Pelora, Baby, Springtrap, and the Fun Times all talk. Even the Nightmare animatronics breathe, which is a whole nother can of worms I'm not opening up today.
Oh my god,
But
cute tiny
Mangle
face, thank
just
you.
has garbled radio noises, almost like its cognitive functioning is much less than all the other possessed creatures.
Bro,
in the
dogs
series.
aren't dumber
So that's
than
Fruity
humans.
Maze,
What the
but then
hell?
comes the big,
Dogs are
perhaps
smart
the most
too.
vague and bizarre moments from FNAF
I
6
think,
come
in
from
my
the
opinion and in
Easter
my
eggs in the
beliefs, of
final
course, this is not
Lord minigame,
confirmed
Midnight
scientifically,
Motorist.
okay?
It
It's just a
starts simple
belief
enough,
I
a
have.
top-down racer game, but glitch through an opening in the bottom
Thank
of the
you,
track, and
Neufals.
suddenly you're on a rainy drive through
Now
a
it's
rural
easier for
tree-filled
me
landscape.
to
Visiting the
understand.
Hard-named juniors, and
I
eventually
can
making
make
your
the
way to a
puzzle
lonely house
earlier
deep
in my
the
mind,
woods. Out
you
pops
know?
the driver, and he's orange? Thanks, Scott.
Orange?
You finally solved the identity of Purple Guy, and you just had to throw in one final monochromatic mystery
It's
man.
the phone
Orange
guy, I'm joking, I don't
like
know.
to call him Mustard Man.
Mustard
He
Man,
charges into
lol.
the house and rages at the fact that someone, presumably his son, has locked himself in his room. He goes around the back to find a way in, only to discover that the window is broken
Oh.
with a set of footprints and some bear tracks, leading to, quote, that place again. And that's it. The minigame abruptly ends there. No matter how many times you replay this game, it's always the same. It's weird. It's disturbing.
The orange person is William's friend. William had a friend? Jeez.
In a game that's mostly about bringing every other character's story to a close.
Hopefully the friend didn't know about the bad stuff.
No. Look first at the house. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by
tiny
trees.
house.
Believe it or not, but we've actually seen this house before on the title screen to FNAF 4. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees.
Well, he found out.
Not only that, but both
okay, so
houses
probably
have
he's
stories.
mad.
Even the roofs look roughly the same. But now think back to a quote
I
that I
hope
mentioned
he's
last
still
episode
not
about how Scott writes these
William's
stories.
friend, bro.
There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. FNAF 6 is all about clarifying, explaining
I love the art,
explaining
it's so
the
beautiful.
the puppet. And what's our connective tissue in this minigame? Someone sitting in a living room watching TV. And what
looks like a giant yellow fox, lol.
Sister location. Michael Afton going home after
I
a shift to watch
complete
TV. That slouchy
rainbow.
figure there
Wee.
may look like a balding grandma, but it's
Looks
good
like a
old
fox.
Mike, casual bongos Afton himself binging on his Immortal and the Restless. And I can further prove it via his text. Scott has always roughly adhered to the convention of dialogue.
Reminds me of Roblox.
And this final game is no exception to this rule. Green bouncer dude
Green.
talks in green, orange guy talks in orange,
Orange.
and Michael Afton on the couch talks in gray. Exactly like he did when he was
Lol,
laughing at
thank
his
you.
crying brother back in FNAF 4. It's definitely a slightly different shade, but he's also the only one in the entirety of this series to speak in gray lettering. They also
Speak in
all
gray.
wear shirts,
Imagine
only
speaking
it's really
in gray.
fashionable to match their t-shirt to their font color. Couple all of that with him watching TV, the FNAF 4 title screen house, which always has a TV in it, and the character being protective over some him, say a younger brother, and you have yourself the perfect portrait of the Afton family, which would make Orange Guy Purple Guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the
Noifal said that Mustard Guy is William's friend.
William Afton some color other than purple for like the first time ever in the final game in the series? The answer is actually kind of mundane, because by this point in the series, there are two different purple guys, William and his son.
No, I can't remember everything. It's okay, Noifals.
I do gotta say, Scott, it's not that much better since
It's
now
okay,
you're
don't
swapping
worry
in a
too
whole
much.
color for a
We
character
all
who's been
learn.
represented by another color the whole time. It's a
I
bit
like
confusing.
yellow.
Anyway, what does all of this mean? Why out of all
Why did I
things
say
did
I
Scott
like? Yeah, I
show
like
us
yellow.
this
It's obvious I like
random
yellow.
scene? What is he trying to explain about the story through the battle between an orange William Afton and a runaway child? All of that in just a few days. This video is really long already. Plus, in a game that tries to answer everything from the entirety of the series, what was in the FNAF 4 box? Was it truly left forgotten forever? Is Scott waiting to reveal its contents in a
What's
future
in the
game? Make
box?
sure you take a bite out of that subscribe button to find out those final answers, as well as the solution to perhaps the biggest question of them all, the Lore Keeper's final screen. After unlocking all of these glitched minigames, Scott presents us with a series of gravestones filled with names. Some familiar, and some not so much. So, who are they? What do they reveal about the story? And
Most of them like the one who died first or of the two Afton children.
Closely guarded
I think
all of that
who died first
in the meantime, though, remember,
is
the
girl,
with a Loot Crate sponsorship.
the girl that is baby.
Hoodie, shirt, jacket, socks, or underwear before they're gone by clicking the link you see on screen right now or in the top line of that description. The only thing scarier than FNAF? Missing out on these items, celebrating your fierest pride.
That's the
and remember,
name. I don't
once
know.
This is all out of stock. The only merch left
It's
will be
the girl
Logan and Jake
that
Paul.
I don't know. The girl that is in the baby suit.
Than deadly animatronics.
I don't know how to explain it. Okay, thank you, Noifals. I didn't know. So yeah, I think it's Elizabeth because in the game of FNAF, I don't know, 4 I guess, the little kid sees the sister's bedroom like with no one, and then later in the game the little kid dies. So yeah. What? No way. Ooh, more. Why is the puppet dancing? Da, 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 da.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory in 2018, a show apparently dedicated
7 years
to virtual
ago.
boxes, loot box psychology, loot
Look,
boxes,
Overwatch,
gambling,
lol.
a treatise on the
But think
science
about
of
how the
fictional cardboard
animatronics
boxes.
look.
It's like box episodes are the
Like
new FNAF episodes
the
for
face
channel.
of the
No
animatronics.
surprise. Next episode should be on, I don't know.
Sorry, the stream crashed. Also, thank you for the cute tiny mad face. What I was saying. So basically, why my model not showing? Where is my model? Wait. Yeah, let me restart. The stream crashed and made all the thing I was typing go away. Sorry! Should I be put next to you when you fix the things? What do you mean? I'm trying to think. Wait, my brain is kinda rusty. Wait. You already... Wait. Should I be put next? The burb me. The burb is there, don't you see? I put the burb there. I love burb. Burb cute, burb adorable. Boop. Oh, wait, I'm trying to fix my model. Wait, I'm trying to fix this. Not that. Stop. Good. Let me just do this. Wait. Do you want... Okay, I will do that. Wait, let me... Okay, let me see. I'm here, then let me... Here? Okay. Let's see. What am I talking about? Oh yeah, they said in the theory that there's a theory that say they have a disc that manipulates people's mind on seeing the animatronics or something. Yeah, you're adorable. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the little bird. I love it.
Necessary to close the book on this chapter in Freddy's story. But to me, as someone who has
Freddy, only Freddy or Five Nights at Freddy.
One question that needed to be answered in a final game, it wasn't how Michael
Pizza.
was
No,
able to become
sorry.
a purple corpse through Remnant, or how Henry was able to create a device that could somehow simulate child body temperatures.
So specific. What?
No, what I wanted answered was the biggest lingering mystery of FNAF. What was in the box? Rewind back to FNAF 4, the game that utterly
maybe food, I don't know.
understanding of this franchise. You beat the game, you get the iconic line of, "I will put you back together," and then boom! A literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud.
Who is J.J. Abrams?
Perhaps some things are best left forgotten.
Did you just say
But you know what?
eesh?
I never forgot. The fans never forgot. And I don't think Scott forgot either. So now, 2 years, 3 games, and 4
wait,
months later, I think I'm finally ready to
wait,
break
wait,
open
I
the
have-
box and reveal what was supposed to be
Wait,
in
I
the
have
thing versus
fur
what
in my
actually
mouth.
was
Wait.
in the thing.
Okay, it's
Because
better.
I have reason to believe that
I
the
said
contents of the box
because I
were
was,
changed 3
you know.
separate times. And that now, in the wake of FNAF 6, Scott has already
I'm
shown
sleepy.
us what
I think
is
it's that.
inside the box.
Or no, I don't know. No, I false.
FNAF 4
I just
was
don't
released on
remember
July
even what I
23rd,
say.
2015, and with it, the mysterious box set.
But what is
Exactly 1 month
EIS?
later, August 24th, Scott made a post on Steam referencing a Halloween update for the game. An update where he had considered
I also say
opening the
that
box.
there is food in the
Some
box.
information about the upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with
Say
several
they.
ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new
hi.
game to opening the box. More on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward. End quote. So, why wasn't the box included?
He
as part
hi
of
or
that update?
EI?
Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again.
Hey.
Now, I want to
Hey.
talk about what won't be included.
Okay.
The box.
Hey,
You know,
it's
when I
hey.
released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and
Oh,
story.
EI.
The same happened
He-
with part 2. Then
he-
part 3 came out, and
I.
once again, the story was uncovered by the community.
I'm
But
trying.
part
Oh my
4,
god.
somehow no one, not a single person found the pieces. The story remains complete.
You just say something already. Yeah, I'm learning. Thanks. Also, cute tiny face. One thing I was thinking is if you wanted me to learn languages on stream, it would be really funny.
Fitting conclusion in some ways.
I don't know what would be the good app for that, lol. Because I love to learn new stuff. Thank you for teaching me Norwegian, Neufels.
Had already changed his mind about what he wanted to do with this box. And I just gotta say, Scott, my man, you didn't even give me a shot at this one. You change your mind about a game's fundamental mystery in a month? I mean, in that amount of time, all I could do was release a rushed-out retrofitted prediction theory because I was stuck in con season.
I'm crazy. I want to bring like a full pan of soup here to eat.
My theory,
I'm crazy.
a badge, a hospital wristband, and a picture of what eventually became known as the Afton family. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Remember, FNAF 4 was meant to be the final game in the series, and based on all the clues Scott left prior to the release of Sister Location, he absolutely intended for Freddy's to be a story told in the mind of a child. Maybe not so much in dreams, like Dream Theory would indicate, but perhaps in a coma or on the kid's deathbed.
Okay, the coma of the kid is crazy. How much thing did he know? Look, did the kid know Sister Location? Did the kid know everything? Eclarer y que a stop a I don't know what I said, no false, but I hope I said right.
Shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire Balloon Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. Shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics. A mangled toy. The concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you. A child's
said,
phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk. People
I said, well, thank you.
animatronic suits like Springtrap. A
I can stop being cute. Oh my god, Neufels, thank you!
The list goes on and on and on. And even though he'd moved on with
I'm
the story,
happy that
Scott
I'm
still
learning.
wanted us to
I love
figure it out, which
learning.
is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live, Scott crashed
Thank you so
the live
much.
stream, giving us explicit clues to figure it out.
Oh my god, cute tiny face. You know, let me see. To say I am cute in my language is eu sou fofo. They say this to a creator. É clarer e que a stop avoir ce sort.
All the ideas for the animatronics came
Okay.
a badge to show that this kid's father
I
worked
have
at
to
the restaurant
remember.
as a security guard, a hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank. This box
Stupid prank, lol.
hidden away
Save
in an attic or
Ito.
a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear. But the
Okay, how do
line
I save? Wait, I can wait. Let me save it then. Wait. Let me save it. I'm gonna copy paste this. Wait. 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 Let me. Yes, wait. It's loading. The witch. No, the witch. The Twitch. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh my god. The witch. What the hell? Okay, let me. I'm copying and pasting. Okay, saved. Our minds can't process words true. No, false. I can't process words properly. Sometimes it's hard for me. But yeah, if you take the T on Twitch, it's witch. Or no. Oh my god, I know it's witch, yeah. Lol. I'm gonna say something. Okay, no false. Do you want me to say something in specific? Lol. Those look so cute, bro. Breadcrumbs, what? Oh wait, I forgot to put the thing. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I was seeing it. Forgive me. No, I thought that I was not showing the video. Oh my god.
Here, your secret quest is to find a series of
Jeez,
blocks and complete
sorry.
minigames that directly relate to the steps necessary to unlock FNAF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes, etc., etc. And if you do everything correctly, your secret ending reads as follows. Quote, "We're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them." And we know from FNAF 3 that the pieces are indeed found. On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4 cupcakes, which then enables us to complete the minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNAF World ending is, "The pieces are in place for you." A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. If you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's the real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user Poi2010-201, or at least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNAF 4's box was actually hidden in FNAF World's code. But it wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So, for the second time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to reveal what was inside his mystery box. Which then begs the question, what was in it this time? And honestly, it's hard to say. As you can probably tell tell, FNAF World played with the lore
But
of
how
the
did they
series in
discover
some
that
very
texture
unique
inside the
ways.
game?
For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNAF 3. But because the game ends with the line, "the pieces are in place for you to follow," it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNAF 3, the one who is actually finding these clues, was the bite victim, which then opens up an entirely different can of worms. And if it's all true that the puppet is stuck in this weird, nebulous FNAF world, then the world of the game is literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's
Limbo.
very messy. If I were to guess, Scott
Wait, I
planned
think
on
I got
FNAF
Limbo
World
for
today
free on
actually
Epic. That
being the
what,
box.
if
A
I
game
think
that
about it.
literally contained all the pieces of this franchise put together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but, you know, so was FNAF World. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNAF World as a rushed and unpolished release.
Okay.
Embarrassed by the game, he quarantined it off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward. You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time, as well as some lines that got added between updates.
That one is scary, but it's still cute. And maybe it's the art style.
Baby. Instead of being focused backwards on details from previous games like the bite victim and the FNAF 3 minigames, the game was now looking forward to a game that had yet to be released, which left the box and the resolution it promised for the entirety of the Freddy story once again abandoned. And when both Sister Location and FNAF 6 rolled credits with no mention of boxes, that's exactly where it seemed like it would stay, forgotten forever.
No!
For as convoluted as the story often is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery this big unanswered. My first thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this franchise.
Candy.
If you visit
I want that.
times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories, all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box. In the first one, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a shoebox. And the the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get adopted by a man who wants to protect them from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one
Jesus. I've got a suggest of what you can learn. Thank you!
The burglar had chosen his home and killed
I
all
love to
5 of the
learn.
children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one,
Jesus,
and
no,
buried
that's
the
so
child.
horrible.
That night, there was a knock at the door.
No way.
So clearly, the
That was the
stories were
end.
making some connection to boxes. But what did all these stories mean? Characters getting stitched together immediately made me think of Ennard, but even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside of him: Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, and Baby. So that one didn't quite work out. Famously, there were 5 children killed as a part of the missing children's incident, but their souls individually ended up in animatronics rather than being put together and crammed
Now I
into the
remember
same
that I have
box. There are
cereal
other
to
games of
eat.
the series, so maybe this is all a meta commentary about the franchise itself, but then what would it mean to stitch them together? Just solve the story? Were the stories fixating on different moments of the Freddy timeline? Suffice it to say, Candy Cadet led me straight to a dead end. A dead and stitched together end, that is. I scoured the game. I knew the box was hidden here somewhere, and I suspected that Candy Cadet was involved in some way, but I was so overwhelmed with information at this point. Clues whirling past me, vague minigames and stories that had no concrete answers, details of games upon games, cut, unused content. The box needed to be some solution that brought together all of these separate pieces. And
My
then
god, so many
finally,
stuff.
the story
Ed, I'm sorry, let me pause. I will wait. Okay, thank you, Noifals.
The final image of the game. During the true ending, Henry calls in.
Ooh, squares.
You have all been called here. Into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection.
Smells.
A labyrinth with no exit. A maze with no prize.
We then see the schematics of the ventilation system we've been working with throughout the entire game. We see it for a long time as the center square, the actual pizzeria filled with kids, fades away. And what we're left with is a familiar shape. A box. A rectangle.
Oh yeah, it's a box!
A box with no exit. A box where, according to our responsibilities in paragraph 4, we put all the pieces together by salvaging the remaining animatronics, playtesting the minigames for all of the hidden lore, and finally bring the FNAF storyline to its end once and for all. As we bring this story to a close, what did Scott finally decide to do with the box? He made it Henry's trap in FNAF 6 to lure the final pieces together and finish him off once and for all. Like Candy Cadet told us
Yay, I
over and
guess.
over
I don't
again in
know.
his 3 stories.
Is it
The
good or
box is
red?
filled with 5 dead things becoming one. 5
that's so
children
weird.
killed, sewn together, and buried in one coffin.
No,
5
what the
dead
hell?
kittens, sewn together and kept in one shoebox. 5
that's so
keys melted
horrible.
together and torched in one
The
group.
keys is
And
not
in
so
our
bad.
case, in FNAF 6, 5 animatronics trapped in one pizzeria simulator and burned. And this works any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according
Molten
to the has
Freddy?
3 animatronics in him, thus making 5. Or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character, who we play as Michael. 5 characters.
The
all
FNAF 2
essential to
people don't know
FNAF
how the
story
mother
brought
died in
into one box
FNAF.
to die. Even
Well, I don't
Henry
know
himself has
either,
a
bro.
role
What
here in
is
Candy
this?
Cadet stories. He's the innocent.
They
of
were
those stories,
saying
the one
that
who
the
started with
mother
good
could
intentions,
be
but
the
ultimately failed to protect them from
ballerina
He's the mom who lets the kids
animatronic.
burn. He's the kid who leaves
I'm
the
not
snake's
sure.
cage open. It's Henry's negligence that allows the snake, the burglar William Afton, to claim so many lives.
My
We
God.
hear him lament this in the Insanity ending.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity.
No one
of
had
this
found
creature,
out.
This monster that I unwillingly
No
helped to
one had
create.
found out that
Scott's
died.
subtle nod to the box in FNAF's final
Bro,
game.
everyone
The way he
dies,
worked it
bro.
in After all the twists and turns his story had to take over the years. Was it what he originally
Because
intended
one
for?
of the
Absolutely
stories
not.
that
It's
the
the most
candy
obvious
robot
explanation.
says, if
Not by a
it's
long
that
shot, but when you
the
consider that
mom
this animatronic
wanted to
empire
release the
started
kids,
with
so
one
the
big
mom knew
unexpected
what's
twist in Scott's life,
was
and was then
happening,
fueled
I
by a
guess.
story full of not so obvious narrative moments. Having the box end up being a symbol for the franchise's final climactic moment, it feels right. If I can borrow from Scott's original description, it feels special, a fitting conclusion. And
Some
with
say
that,
she got
there's
killed by
one
William, some
theory
say
left
she
to
drove
go.
off a cliff,
The
and some say
analysis
she
I
angered
promised from
herself.
and the mystery of the lore
I think
Two questions
I
that
think
close
she
out
got
these games
killed
for what feels like the
because
final time, but
if
begin to point towards what the
she
future
was
holds for the
so
Freddy series. More on that soon. Not
with the
next
thing of
episode, since if I
releasing
do
the
more than 2 of
kids,
these things
she
in a
would
row,
not
people
give
will be
up.
really mad at me, but definitely
And she
soon,
would
since I
not
put this thing to
hang
rest as much as
herself
you guys. I could
because
use, at the
she
very
knew
least,
it
a
was
complete
not
refresh
her
on this whole
fault.
thing and start from scratch again. So ring the bell
Under
to ensure that
Overcliff,
we
I
all
think she
close
was
out the
killed by
Freddy saga
William.
together. And in the meantime, remember,
Because at
that's
least
just a
maybe she
theory.
will
A
talk to the
game
police
theory.
and stuff,
Thanks
you
for
know,
watching.
to stop it. You know, that's what I'm thinking, of course. We never know. It is a crazy game with crazy story.
That's it.
White
I
flag.
give up. Scott, you beat me. I can't solve FNAF. I can't. But I'm close. So darn close. And this time, I need you guys to come in.
Okay. Scary. But when it's Roblox again in 50 minutes. Don't you worry. Oh my god, what is that? Jesus.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where the fourth closet is a recording closet. Now, most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have. Which means that I can tell you two things. One, Scott spends a lot of time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle, Scotty C. Also, you gotta watch our digestive biome.
I know, what does that sound, G?
Quote-unquote ended with FNAF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear
all true, what?
Because Scott has been quietly working away on his pièce de résistance.
My cat is with me. Yay, I love cats. Hope your cat is happy.
You all at the same time. 51 characters, all able to be cranked up to level
51?
20.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Might be time to be giving up your FNAF crown. That means there can only be one. Doggo, save us. You're our only hope. Anyway, if you're wondering why this episode took so long to come out, that's one of the big reasons why. I was afraid that, like the last custom night, I'd be working on the theory and the DLC would come out with hidden scenes explaining the lore, and then suddenly I'd have to contend with even more purple people puking up robotic spaghetti in the middle of the streets. But based on Scott's playtesting,
bro, but if that purple guy throw up the robots, was the robot still alive?
Now, let me remind you that we've already covered a lot of ground here in videos 1 and 2 of the series. Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, otherwise known as FNAF 6, was created with the intention to tie up a lot of loose ends, both for Scott and for the game franchise. We learned that William's business partner Henry, who we were first introduced to back in FNAF World and later in the novels, does in fact play a role in the mainline series of the games. Henry
scary.
is canon. In FNAF 6, he creates a simulated pizzeria.
There is one person that got theory the opposite of game theory, and I hated that person because it was just all wrong.
Box to put all the pieces together. Henry then pulls a
makes sense that it's wrong. No, I false. I understand being mad. But now we're watching game theory Neufels, so probably it's right, I don't know. Do you think that their theories are right?
Elizabeth Ennard, aka the combination of Molten Freddy slash Ballora slash Funtime Foxy, your player
is Ennard still alive? Oh my god, cute tiny face! Yay!
And the newcomer Lefty.
Lefty is really cute. I like. The model is amazing. I like the character design.
Built specifically by Henry.
Okay, no, that's scary, bro.
Puppet, which is possessed by the spirit of his deceased daughter, who remains nameless. The Insanity ending also gave us clues as to how the Funtime animatronics function. Unlike the OGs, the Funtimes are heated up and infused with Remnant. It's basically soy juice that's extracted from kidnapped children.
Jesus!
Just surface stuff. Through our analysis of the Fruity Maze minigame and clues from FNAF 2, we were able to piece together that this dead dog is probably Mangle, and that this girl becomes one of Afton's early victims. It's clearly not his daughter, notice the eye color, and it's not Henry's daughter, notice the hair color, so it must be one of William Afton's victims. And that's pretty much everything we covered in the last 2 videos. But now it's time to get
They say that Michael Afton was alive. No, he died in the fire. Oh no.
And that she goes on
Michael was trying to release the kids, right? I'm not sure. I think that's kind of sad then. I think Michael was good. Or no, I don't know much.
5 in the foreground with 1 name obscured and 1 in the back with, again, the name hidden from view. Trust me, I tried my best to pull a CSI on that one. Enhance. Enhance again. Enhance a 3rd time.
No way.
Scott. Anyway, this imagery should seem pretty familiar, right? 4 graves with 4 names. 3 boys and a girl, which perfectly matches up to our core 4 animatronics. 3 boy robots and a girl robot. To further solidify the point, look at how the graves
Why
are
they
arranged.
censor?
It's a pattern that's identical to the arrangement of the masks in the good ending of FNAF 3.
Oh my god, yeah!
The character being 3rd in line and slightly behind the other 2. Coincidence? I think you know the answer to that by now. Then you have this mysterious 5th grave hidden off to the side. That one definitely contains the
Look, a ladybug.
Freddy, but more on that one later. And lastly, there's this one overlooking them all. Up on the top of the hill, that's the puppet. Henry's daughter, the one who watches over the rest. 6 main characters, 6 graves, and the same 6 characters that we see fade away.
I don't know, it's okay, Neufels, don't worry too much.
Good ending. In short, what the gravestone scene is revealing to us is who these victims are. With Susie
I
as
like the
Chica,
butterfly.
that also means Freddy is really named Gabriel, Foxy is Fritz, and Bonnie is Jeremy. It's also relatively easy to
Whoa, oh
figure
my
out the
god,
name on
no
the
way.
puppet's grave. Charlie or Charlotte, one of the two. We
How do you
this
know?
not through the games,
You don't
but
have to
rather
worry either.
through
Thank you,
books.
Noy
Some books
Falls.
aren't canon, I hear you saying, and you're absolutely right, they're not. But they're starting to cross over very heavily. For instance, the entire reveal of William Afton having a business partner named Henry. He was first introduced in the Silver Eyes long before
You know, there's these books, bro. Never saw them on selling them here.
It's actually one of the twisted animatronics from the second
But
novel,
you know, imagine you're the guy that makes the games and writes the books, and jeez, that's a lot of stuff.
looking for innocent victims to Thor. And wouldn't you know it, but that's exactly what we see hinted at in the FNAF 6 minigame.
Look, a car.
Motorist. By going through the game's secret exit and then plowing your car into this random area between the trees, you're able to get out in a clearing in the middle of the forest. And in
Look,
the
a secret.
left corner of the screen is a pile of unmarked dirt. You can't
No,
interact
it's
with it. The game
rock.
doesn't
It's a
acknowledge it
rock.
at all, but very clearly it is intentionally there. It's super
It's a
random,
rock.
right? It is until you read the twisted ones. Or have me read it for you, because seriously, that's why I'm here. Page 74, quote, "When Charlie reached the backyard, she stopped dead. Before her were 3 huge holes in the ground. They looked like graves. Something climbed out of these." So clearly, even though
No, it's a graveyard. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I didn't know that, Noy Falls, thank you. Okay, so then it's at Graves.
In the games, Henry has a daughter who goes on to become the puppet. It only makes sense for them to share the name, hence gravestone number 5. But it's gravestone number 6 where, I gotta be honest, after months of brainstorming, working and reworking sequences of events and analyzing imagery, I have to regrettably admit defeat. You heard that right. For the first time ever on the show, I have to throw in the towel. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of leads here. Loose threads that I know go somewhere, and I feel like I'm just a step or two away
Will
from
and
putting it all
Freddy, I
together,
don't
but
know.
I just can't quite do it, and I hate to admit it, and honestly, that is the other reason why this video has taken so long for me to write and put together. I didn't want to admit defeat. I didn't want to come to you without a complete idea of what was going on, but honestly, at this point, I'm almost out of ideas, and I need
Bro,
your
it's
help.
okay. Sometimes we have to wait a little more. Matt, don't worry too much. Golden Freddy is? Oh my god, no, False, you know?
Grave 6 obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up since
Ooh,
FNAF 1.
stars.
It is a huge deal. And here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has
A mad child, a very full child. Okay, thank you, Neufals. Makes sense because Golden Freddy's kinda really scary.
Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's survival logbook. An
What?
activity workbook
No
for
way.
kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games, drawing projects, and writing prompts. The theme is that you're a new night guard at the Freddy's restaurant. It's
Two child in one.
until you realize it's a
Oh my
book-ass
god.
who their stuff would go to when they die a
Jeez.
gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some dark stuff. But perhaps
Thank
the
you,
darkest
Neufals.
part of the book is the dabbing Chica.
No way, let's go!
Start to
Sorry.
feel more than they seem from page 1, when it's revealed that this book once belonged to a guy named Mike. And one look at the book's word search immediately clues you in that there's way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number
Lol,
3
thank
on
you,
it.
Neufals.
Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's survival logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name, all disguised as a children's activity workbook. It is unquestionably my favorite thing that this franchise has yet produced. That is no exaggeration.
Yeah,
This
they're
game is
kind of
so
fun,
cool,
like
but problem
the
is, I can't
the
solve
art
it.
is
Here's how it
beautiful
breaks
in a
down.
way.
Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says "my name." Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes
Okay.
the number itself is wrong. Page
It is
29
CC and
is
the Golden
numbered
Child
52.
talking.
Page 32 is
Who
numbered
is CC?
39. Page 43 is numbered 15. On
And the
page
Golden
47, the
Child,
numbers
okay.
7 and 2 appear out of order in this survey question. On page 85, we're presented with a list, and numbers 10 and 11 appear in red.
Bro,
On page
imagine
108,
if
9 and 11 appear
if I
in
didn't
the
know
report that
this,
Mike was supposed
I
to
would
log
buy
in.
this
Putting all
book
these
and think it
numeric
was a normal book to do stuff, and then I would be like, why is this so random?
10,
Sissy is the crying child. Okay, thank you,
Throughout
Neufels.
the book, there are some coupons for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Oh my
On
god,
one of those
coupons! Can I
we see
use
that
them?
Mike wrote himself the message for real value. See page 61. You
Sissy
flip
just
over
a
to
short name for
61,
crying
and suddenly
child. Thank you so
finish the
much,
concept
Neufels.
exercise, where in one of the panels,
Oh my god, they have
with 5 plus 4
what is this?
written in the bottom
BD? I don't know how do we say it in English.
add the two numbers
Comic. It's a web comic. No, I don't know, bro.
the real value for that page. 5 plus 2 is 7, 3 plus 9 is 12, 1 plus 5 is 6, 7 plus 2 is 9, 10 plus 11 is 21, and 8 plus 11 is 19. 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, 19, which seems like it's giving us a code to a 6-letter name. But now, what do you do with those numbers? Well, one page in the book contains a giant grid that encourages readers to draw in 8 bits. But if you look closely at the grid's axes are actually numbered, and there are tiny letters in the grid's first few boxes.
Bro,
It seemed to me like
oh my
grid was
god,
setting
the
up an
stuff in
alphanumeric
these
code where
books
the
are
numbers
crazy.
get represented by a different letter. Putting 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19 into that, you get Gilpheus. It's clearly not Golden Freddy's real name. But
Lol,
then what
let's
about
go.
that 3 that's in the bottom right corner of the chalkboard? I tried shifting all the letters and numbers 3 up and 3 down, decoding, recoding. Still nothing that would make any sort of sense. But I wasn't admitting defeat yet. The fact that all this is happening on a grid seemed to point to the numbers being decoded using a Visionaire cipher. If you've never encountered these before, well, welcome to the exciting world of cryptography, the art of solving codes. Visionaire ciphers are one of the most famous codes out there. Basically, you need a giant alphabet grid and a keyword. So, say I want to encode the word crying child. That's called my plain text, and I want my keyword to be Mike. What I would do is, in my alphabet grid, go over to my first letter, the C in crying, and then go down to the row M, the first letter in my keyword Mike. That gives me the letter O.
Okay, he's smart.
Crying intersects with row I for the second letter in Mike to get a Z. That's my second encoded letter. And then keep going with column Y crossing with row K, and on, repeating the keyword over and over until I'm at the end of the phrase. If you've done it correctly, you get the ciphertext or encoded word Ozim Zamlun.
What? Oh my god, thank you! I'm girls scrolling on the phone. Thank you for the cute emotes, Neufels.
Over again, on and off again for months, and still nothing. Using those real values of 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19, I tried everything. Different keywords like Mike, Chica, Friday, since it's on the magazine that Foxy's reading, Bonnie, Foxy. Doing the process forwards and backwards, trying to shift everything by 3.
What if it's not 12 but 1, 2?
Decoding process, since that's the random number on the chalkboard that has no explanation. I even started reversing the codes I was working with, since the number 3 on the chalkboard could potentially relate to page 3 of the survival guide, which specifically says take a moment for self-reflection. So that's what I did. I reflected the numbers before coding, after coding, reversing the alphabet. Still nothing. If you think that's a lot, I still wasn't done, because there are other oddities in this book. For unknown reasons, Mike has made red ink tally marks throughout it. On page 9, there are 5. On page 19, there are 10. On page 31, there are 14, but they're in 2 groups, a 5 and a 9. On page 36, there are 5. On page 100, there are again 5. No explanation, no nothing. But they can't just be random tally marks, right? They seem important, and they seem especially important because there are 6 tally hints, just like the 6 real values that we found hidden throughout the book earlier. So I've tried shifting the individual letters off of those tally marks. Nothing. Tried shifting the letters off the tallies, then shifting the results by that 3 that's on that chalkboard. Nothing. Added the tallies, then reversed. Nothing. And on and on and on. Hopefully this all gives you an idea of what I do for some of these theories, taking weeks just to brainstorm new ways to attack the problem, but this time I'm coming up empty-handed. I still have nothing. None of my attempts have yielded anything like a real word or a name. It feels like I'm right there, like the solution is right in front of me, but I just can't quite grasp it. And this is where I have to raise the white flag. I don't know what to do. I need your help, or else I need Scott to give us some
I don't know
clues or
much,
something,
bro.
because
Sorry.
I am stumped. I feel like I've tried
Oh,
everything, and
lottery.
very clearly this is the way that Scott intends to reveal Golden Freddy's name. But without all of us working to solve it, that name will forever remain in mystery. And this is only the beginning. The survival guide is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to be thrown into this franchise. Yes, the Golden Freddy puzzle is a huge part of that, but there's more. So much more. This book confirms so many assumptions about this series and unveils so many more mysteries than we ever thought possible. And the Golden Freddy mystery is just a small piece of that. The rest all relate to Michael Afton. But all of that will have to be in just a few days, so I'm not gonna make you wait months. So make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to ensure that you're here next week for what I guarantee is the most earth-shattering FNAF game theory since, I don't even know, FNAF 2? The things that we're covering next time completely upend a lot of what we thought we knew about this franchise.
Ooh, change
so get ready
colors.
for a long one. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for simultaneously...
I'm trying to remember what to name again. It's okay now, if you can't remember, it's okay.
When you see next week's video, you'll understand why it had to be that way.
Okay.
Subscribe.
Oh, lol.
Subscribe. Watch the past FNAF episodes. Subscribe.
Ooh.
Scott, you're causing me severe
Sorry.
injuries. Subscribe and make my pain worth it.
Ooh, 3D stuff. Doom, 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 doom. Aww. Stop video. Okay. Say. I stop. Tiny face, thank you. Ugo said only 15 minutes, we need now. No! 50! But now it's 30. I'm sorry, bro, my English is really bad. But do you want to play right now? Yes, but do you want to play right now? If you want, you know, I'm planning to do this until 4 hours of stream and then it's Roblox. Sure, I can keep watching, or sure you want to play now? Also cute tiny smiley face. Do you want to play? Okay, I guess, you know, it's my fault I didn't say the numbers correctly. Okay, let's just prepare the stuff then. Let me take it out. Oh wait, what happened? Wait, Roblox is not working, wait. It's installing again, oh my god, wait. Don't you worry, don't you worry. I'm fixing it, don't you worry. Okay, I entered. Okay, so do we play? So proceed block tails today? Oh my god, so cute horsey! Wait, let me change the category. We continue. Wait, let me change the category. Let me... Oh my god, wait. Roblox. Here. this, and this. Okay, let's proceed. Blocktails. That's so cute. We continue. Bro, I tried to play this alone and I died a lot. Okay, let me see. Okay, you're still not in the game. It's okay, I'll wait. Okay, I'll wait. Wee. Can we go on voice chat? I'll be muted. Why? You know, if we're not gonna. Okay, I guess. But why? Why do you want me so much to be on voice chat? I want to know what's the reason. Ah, okay, makes sense. I will do that then. Okay, Gerald. Okay, I'm in the game. Okay, where do we go now? Jump scare. Ah! Oh my god, a cute tiny moon! Thank you! Welcome to the stream! I'm still... Okay, what do we do now? Oh, here. What? Wait, what happened? I heard a meow. Thank you for the cat, I guess, lol. Okay, what do we do? I'm just spinning. Oh my god, thank you for following! Thank you! Should we go where? Maybe here? Oh my god, hello! Oh yes, so cute! Hello, Knife House. Oh my god, a ball. Wee! Okay, we go here. Okay. Okay, I'll wait. May I backseat? Of course you can backseat. Just relax, be happy. Go on menu, TP. Menu. TP is what? On the last one, options. Okay. Between what is wait, wait, what? It's the options. Never mind. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. Oh my god, there's a secret stuff here. Didn't know. Yay. Okay, thank you, Knife House. Oh no! Wait. I'm gonna throw a ball. Too sharp, Nublette. Oh, they're powerful. Oh my god, your ball is powerful. See, there's a card in Neville. There's a card in Neville. No, like backseat. How can you play? Of course you can. Let's help with SP. I don't know what SP here. There's a card in Neville. I didn't know that. Thank you. I'm still new to this game, so... Do I jump? Ah, okay. Whee! CSP is like your energy. Wait, okay. I will fight it. Powerful moves cost that. Okay, thank you. Should I use it too much? Maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna try and do it. Okay. Masrit Armstrong do not that he dies. What do you mean, Neufals, when he touched me? Wait, you're Neufals, you're so powerful that the thing will die if it touches you? Jesus. So much powerful. Yay! Oh my god, so many enemies! No! You can just breeze through. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's too much. Let's... flying enemies! We use balls. Oh no, sorry. Yay! Slay. Yippee! Balls? Yeah, balls. Cute tiny mode, thank you. Oh my god! Okay, I need to use... I can use sword on that guy, I guess. Let's use on that guy. Okay, I still don't know how to use the swords, but I'll do my best. Slay. Oh my god, Chill Gamer, hello! We are playing Roblox! So many cute emotes, thank you! Yes, I saw it. Check our cards. Okay. Cards. I have minimize, refund, bodyguard, power step, training wheels, and hard modes. Yes, I will see it in a bit. Wait, I'm playing. I know it's like a gray card, but I need to see it better. Take off hard modes. Okay, sorry. I didn't know that. Oh my god, I was making the game difficult. Sorry. Keep me... no, that's other people talking. He's making take double damage. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Can I talk in voice chats? I guess you can if you want. Pottish joined. Who is Pottish? Oh, you'll get any face! Yay! Okay, more enemies. Yay, thank you so much! Okay, let's see, I will stab him. Oh no. Oh, I guess I got through. Oh no, I still don't know how to use this, bro. Also cute tiny mode, thank you. Okay, let me use ball. What did the guy say? What sort of? Okay, weird language, thank you. Yay, thank you! Must you hold it until it's green with sword. Okay, thank you. Oh. Okay, so I hold with the swords. Okay, thank you. I love enjoying the music. Yeah, it's so cute. I love the music. But when I was almost dying, the music was like all distorted and stuff, and it was so funny. It was like or something like that. Lol. Look, a cow, moo. I heard the hello, hello. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Oh my god, my game is so loud I can't hear anything. Jesus, wait. How do I put this?
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Hello.
Hello.
No, it's not. I think it's Shield Gamer.
Yes, it's me, Chill Gamer. Yeah, I'm chill.
Wee. Let's proceed.
What? Proceed
Oh
where?
Say? What? Sorry, didn't understand much.
Proceed what? Yes.
What server I am? Oh my god, I'm so...
What proceed? You said proceed, and what do you proceed?
I don't know, I'm following Neufals.
Oh. I have to put my thing because it's snowing.
I'm sorry, my English is kind of bad. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, I understand you very well.
I died. Wait. What?
I can also do accent. Like a Russian accent.
I have Portuguese accent.
So, you are Portuguese?
Portugal, sim.
Very well.
That's why it's kind of weird, sorry.
Do not worry. I can do Russian accent. You will do Portuguese accent.
Thank you. Oh my god, there's chapters on this? It's like their story.
Oh, I can do French accent.
I also know a little bit of Spanish, but yeah. But that's from my mom's side.
That reminds me of something. English and Spanish.
No. No. Shut up. I don't want to hear you anymore.
Neufals is asking if you can do Norwegian.
Norwegian? I don't know. I'm not Norwegian. I'm from another country. My auntie is from Norway.
Look at tiny balls.
My aunt lives in Norway. She moved there. And now I have 2 little cousins in Norway.
Yay! I think that's good, I guess.
Yes. Ooh, it's snowing outside, like... I don't know how. It's snowing outside.
Okay, well, here in my country it almost never snows. It's only on the mountains.
Oh. Well, I am at the low grounds.
The music is getting distorted because I'm almost dying. Lol. Sorry for interrupting.
Ooh.
Ooh, a bomb. Whee!
Deja vu, I remember this.
Woohoo! Oh, you can go down there? How? Okay. Can I crouch?
So, what did you learn from game theory?
I learned that, this is so sad, but the dog was used as an experiment. That's so depressing.
What dog?
The dog of a girl. That girl was the puppet.
Oh yeah, Charlotte.
Yes.
Charlotte.
I'm still learning because I never played.
in Five Nights at Freddy's movie 2, William Afton kills Charlotte and then she falls in the hands of the puppet. And now Charlotte is the puppet.
Hey.
But the puppet is asleep because her father made a music box that makes her sleep.
Ooh.
And then she woke up because some vlogger that makes a content of visiting haunted places closed the music box and she was possessed by Charlotte.
Oh my god, no way. There's, they also say there's like also this disc that controls the mind.
The only thing that pisses me off is that it's a part 1. So
Sorry.
I have to wait for part 2.
Thank you. I didn't know that, sorry.
Also, I finally watched Wicked for Good part 2. You know Wicked, right?
Wicked, like the movie. I just know it was a musical because the movie came out. I never saw Wicked before.
Wicked was first a book. First it was a book, and then it turned into a musical, and now it turned into a movie where Ariana Grande is Glinda.
See, yes, I mean yes. Remember when they made like that a Cats live action?
That was so Cat like live action.
Oh, bro! At my time, it was horrible. The Cats musical. They made a live action with Taylor Swift. There's some years ago. It was really bad. Okay, go on cards. Okay. You have HP, minimize, refund, body guard, training wheels, and powers. No, HP is not activated though. Should I activate HP? I think I should. The game's more. Whee! So cute. Let's go.
Do you know what is my favorite weapon when I'm playing a shooting game?
I don't know.
A sniper.
Bro, I'm so bad with snipers.
I would love just to be outside of the range. Nobody sees me now. Nobody tries to kill me. I'm very far away, and then I'm with my sniper, and then I can just kill people that are alone.
But don't you have to camp?
What?
You have to sit there for minutes to shoot one person.
It's Fortnite. What do you think?
Bro.
It's an island. I don't have to wait for that. Also, melee weapon is very good.
Yes, I am.
Melee weapon.
Sorry, I was talking with Neufels. To say that I'm full of life. Sorry, continue. Sorry for interrupting.
No, don't worry.
I like more shotguns, and sometimes
shotguns are very good. Shotguns does more damage when you're close.
Yeah, the more I only know much more of weapons because of Fallout, but many of the Fallout weapons are not in other games, so. There's like this Tesla weapon too in the game that makes you like you shoot a robot, you shoot all the other robots.
You played the story mode of Portal, right? Portal 2.
Yes.
The fact core. Kind of the last core to corrupt Wheatley in the final boss.
Yes, I think I don't know if it was the space one or if it was the other one, I don't know.
It was the pink one. The fact core. Well, this fact, I searched all the facts that he's saying. I only copy pasted the true one, the very most true one, And then I pasted in Discord the fun fact.
Didn't know that. Thank you. Someone said also that I don't know if this is real, but in real life they sent a space station to space, but they got like a picture of Whitley in the, I don't know, in the casket. I don't know if that's true. So Whitley would really go to space. Space. I don't know if that was real.
At least Whitley is not alone. At least Whitley is with someone that actually likes space.
You know, I like space too. Space is cool.
When I go to space. It's so nice being outside.
You know, I like to be outside, but it's so cold now. I think, wait, maybe today is warmer here. There's much sun today.
I have a red jacket that keeps me so warm inside.
Bro,
it's
here the
water resistant, wind resistant.
Here the jackets are not so good, bro. The jackets here are like, I don't know, they don't get you warm much. If you want a good jacket that warms you, it's like in a specific store and it's like 100 plus euro. Oh, I got the new cards. It doesn't surprise me that this game has like ants army to defeat. Because in Fallout 3 there's like fire ants. Okay, I don't attack? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, what do we do?
Click strategize.
Ah, bomb. No, I say to put a bomb. Why do ants want to eat us? They're so tiny they can't process us. Ooh, we got a badge.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. It may
true,
be
that's
false,
true.
But you know.
Yeah, tiny stuff can be dangerous. Caterpillars are an example of that. It's in my wish lists. Yeah. Or no, maybe not. Maybe it's on a creator's wish list. I don't know. I have a ton of games on there. Sorry. Wait,
Also, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know if Splatoon is worth it. I mean, I like the music from that. I like the game, but I don't think it is worth it because there was Splatoon 1, Splatoon 2, and then Splatoon 3. And I don't know if Splatoon 4 is coming, and I don't know if it's worth it.
Splatoon? Never tried Splatoon. I think it's a Nintendo game. But I think a creator did.
Game.
Wait, sorry, I'm putting again the game. Okay, I'm back, sorry.
Also, I can't wait for the new update of Cult of the Lamb.
Oh yeah, the new DLC. I still don't have the game, but the style of the game is really adorable. I like it.
Yes, the land is so cute.
Hey, I love that.
They even added the Sinful edition, the Sinful update, the Sinful DLC.
Noifal says the Cult of the Lamb 2. I have to buy that one a day. I like that.
Wait a minute. Cult of the Lamb 2? What do you mean Cult of the Lamb 2?
No, Noifals as the Cult of the Lamb 2, like also as. Sorry for my English.
Oh, he also has 2. Don't be sorry about the English. I know two and two and two. They are the same, but different.
Yes. Yeah, Creator is saying that he can't join today. It's okay, Creator, don't worry.
There's also two with two O's, two with a one O, and the number two.
Yeah, English sometimes is so hard. Happy to see the stream full of people.
tricky.
Thank you, Creator. Sorry, you can proceed talking. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. That's why they are making jokes about the world. Like, how do you call a human with no body and nose? Nobody knows.
Yeah, that's true. How can we know that? It's so hard.
Why does 10 plus 10 equals 11 plus 11? Because 10 plus 10 is 20, and 11 plus 11 is 22.
22. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Yeah, English is kind of hard sometimes. Some people, when I was on school, I sometimes spell the words bad, and some people made fun of that, bro. What I'm gonna do? It's hard to talk.
People call me French because I don't make the R. I don't spell R very good.
It's okay. One thing I learned in French when I was on school, but I don't know much, is that they don't spell the last letter of the. They don't spell the last letter of the.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's weird. So that's why do they write it like? But
you
it's
know what
okay.
is also weird? Bonjour is also good morning because they don't have good morning as a thing in French. They just say bonjour. Bonsoir is for good evening. That's all. Bonne nuit is good night.
I didn't learn that.
Hard to understand.
Yes. Bro, there's a supreme ant here. Well, it's an humanoid ant. Ants are so tiny and cute, but they're also dangerous.
Also, funny thing, have you heard about Dracula?
The vampire, yeah.
Well, Dracula came out from my country, so for my country, the thing Dracula was invented.
Romania.
Yes.
Never went there, but looks cool. Is the Dracula really real?
What?
If Dracula is real, if it was based on a king or something, as they say.
I don't really know about Romanian history.
It's okay.
But
it's just
I heard of it that he got killed and then he lived again.
Ooh. I saw some stuff on history, like why do they think that vampires were real? It's because the bodies moved, but that was because of decomposition. It was not vampires, but they still had to put metal fences and stuff around the graves. I don't know if vampires are really real. It's kind of weird they are afraid of garlic.
We also had a conqueror, like a lord, called Vlad Tepes. If you heard of it. Do you know how he punishes people?
No.
Wait a second.
It's okay. It's okay, Norfaust, there's no problem. I defeated the boss. Whee! In a bit I have to end the stream, but okay, I will wait a little more.
They impact he impales them as a punish.
Jesus. That's so bad.
Yeah, that's why his name is Vlad Tepes, because in Romania, impale is chopper.
Didn't know that. Thank you so much for
And that's why
history.
he is called Tepes. Romanian has kind of weird letters, but why not? Every language has its own letters.
True. You know, the way I have like a follower that is from Bulgaria. It's not Romania, but it's close.
Oh. Do you know what is the best country to visit? Cyprus.
Cyprus. Never went there.
Cyprus.
Cyprus.
I like how you say ash. Sure.
Sure. In my country, we call it Chypre.
Oh. Yeah, it is very good there. Even the seafood. Oh my goodness, I just love seafood.
I don't eat much, but I once made a test. Oh my god, a new card. I once made an allergy test. I have a little bit of allergy to that, but not much. But not much. I will not die if I eat it, you know? That was all. Thank you, Noifals. Thank you, Creator Yates Money. Ooh, adore.
Oh, I love prawns. I even love it on sushi. Sushi is my favorite. Even noodles, ramen, everything Asian is good.
Yeah, I like it. You know, one time I tried sushi because no, false. A creator is not in the voice chat. It's on the chat of the Twitch. Sorry, can't come in today nor this week. One time, sometimes we are low on money, and there's places that get you food like for cheap, so they don't go to the trash. And one of them was an Asian place, and they gave us like full bags of food. And I tried for the first time so many Asian food. It was amazing. It was still good. It was made on the day.
There's a thing about China. On China snacks, they always make snacks, the picture of the snacks, the same size as the actual snacks, because they can be put in jail for not having the same size of the snack, the picture. They always have to do it, even with 1 centimeter. People can sue you.
Yeah, I saw that. I think that's on Japan too. I don't sure. I don't know. I never got there, but I think it's like the same stuff. I'm not sure. We're almost finishing the stream. I hope you don't mind.
There is a person that sued Red Bull because he didn't give him wings, and he won.
He won Slay, I guess.
There's also another person that sued McDonald's because he was so depressed. Happy Meal didn't make him happy.
No way, they won. They won that.
He won.
Bro, no. Oh, bro, imagine. Now everyone can do that, I guess.
Yeah, you can also sue your company you're working on if they don't make right with you, justice with you.
Bro, I never tried to sue someone. I don't want to do that. Imagine the company, maybe it was an accident. I can't just blame them. I just think about that.
Wow.
Wait, we're almost done. Let's just finish this. Say? Sorry. Wait, I'm almost finishing.
Yeah.
Okay, this is lore. I will get an ID now.
Get the lore. Know the story. Make yourself the game theory. The game theory.
Lol. Is Blocktails on Game Theory? Oh, so cute. No false is on a share. Okay, I will finish the stream for today. Hope you don't mind. I have to treat some stuff and I have to eat. I didn't even have lunch today. But it's normal. Don't worry too much, okay?
You're going to... Oh, yeah, you're not going to sleep tomorrow, sadly.
Oh, don't worry. I will come back Friday. Tomorrow I have to help my mom with stuff, so I can't go, okay? To stream tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna exit the voice chat, but I hope you enjoy to be here with me. Yes, I didn't eat Neufels. It's normal. I have to save food. It's normal. But I'll be back Friday. It's gonna be Minecraft time because a creator can't be with us this week, okay? So bye, I will be on the stream and have a great day. Thank you so much for being here with me. Okay, let's proceed. All right, bye. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for playing here with me. That's what community stream is about, is everyone being here with me and playing and having fun. And I have a lot of fun. Thank you so much for helping me in the game. Thank you so much for teaching me history stuff. Thank you so much for teaching me jokes. Thank you. I really love that. I'm really grateful for everything. Thank you so much. Remember, treat yourselves right. Be okay. Also, tomorrow there's no stream. Okay, and have a great time. Okay, hope you enjoyed. Keep shining and bye. And now let's rate. Who are we gonna rate? I loved today's stream. It was amazing. Raid browser. Why is it not showing? Ah, okay, sorry. Let's see. Let's raid Yoruno Shiro playing Wuthering Waves. I don't know what that is, but let's raid. Oh, cute tiny face, thank you. Let's raid in 10, 9, 8. Oh my god, cute tiny cats, thank you. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good raid. Bye.